where we bring corporates to our campus, and what our students get to learn from you, the corporate leaders who are seated in the front row today. In a single day, I may say that it takes months for them to really understand and appreciate in the classroom through our theoretical discourses. So thank you very much for accepting our invite and coming here today. I welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sasmita Samanta, who has been a constant source of encouragement for all of us. She was there with us last fortnight. She's there in all the events that we stage. Despite extremely busy schedule, you can understand a university with a student capacity of in excess of 25,000, what kind of a burden, and 25 schools, what kind of a burden she would be carrying on her head. But in spite of that, she has come here to encourage us. So while welcoming you, I also thank you, Madam. We are very much encouraged by seeing our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Saranjit Singh also. He is very much here to encourage us. It was not very well, but still you could make it. So thank you, Professor Singh, being here. I welcome the main person for whom we are seated here today, awaiting to listen to him eagerly, son of the soil, Mr. Lalit Agrawal, founder and CEO of VMart, founder of India VMart. So we take a lot of pride. He's a son of the soil and who has made it so big in the national and international firmaments. So we are extremely happy to welcome you, sir. I am delighted to welcome my Dean, Sumita, and all colleagues who are present here. I would like to specially welcome the speakers who have come here. Yesterday I met them briefly, and today morning also we had briefly met them, but I must mention them by name and welcome each one of them. Madam Madhumita Phukan, she is the Global Marketing Head, AI Business of Tech Mahindra. Mr. Yuvraj Sarda, Head Business Strategy and Planning, Sun Mobility. Mr. Ashish Tiwari, Chief Marketing Officer of Home Credit India. Mr. Sudhir Madugiri, Senior Executive Partner, Gartner. Professor Joydeep Biswas, who will be moderating this event, so I mention his name. He's also the convener of the Konclave. I also welcome his namesake, Mr. Joydeep Ghosh, Director, Digital Marketing, Genoti. Mr. Karan Hora, Assistant Vice President, Star TV Network. Mr. Ashish Bhattacharya, President, Marketing, Dukes India Private Limited. Mr. Sambit Sahu, Country Segment Director, Healthcare, Sudexo. Mr. Sridharan Iyer, Chief Strategy Officer, #Orange. And my colleague Surya Mishra. Some of them will be holding special workshops in the afternoon. But we'll also have Mr. Sunil Yadav, Client Partner, the Marketing Works. He's also present here for the workshop. We'll also have Ms. Vatsala Srivastava, very experienced founder of Bindi Bottoms. And we have Mr. Niraj Purti and Mr. Chinto Mahato, our own alumnus, who will be conducting workshops with our students. We have Mr. Ajay Dubey, General Manager of Indigo Paints. And I think that sums it up, the corporate guests who are present here today. I heartily welcome you on behalf of our entire leadership team, on behalf of our faculty, on behalf of our students. Now, new business models in the new normal, that's the theme of this conclave. I don't have to explain actually, because the title itself speaks volumes, that why this kind of a topic has been chosen. In the sidelines, while I was talking to some of you, I mentioned that last 2 years have been nothing less than tormenting, tumultuous time for all of us, those who are in business. Trust me, and our Vice Chancellor will vouch for it, it has been equally tumultuous for the academics also. Nobody knew how to deal with the situation. Like you have a customer base, many of whose faces you do not know. We also have a customer face whose faces we do not know at the beginning of the season. Who are the ones who will choose us to come and study here? We also don't know. So only one thing I have learned in my journey of life as a corporate, that quality matters. If you focus on quality, you focus on the timeliness, and if you focus on doing the right things, eventually everything gets sorted out. Our university embarked the journey of technology almost a decade and a half back. And we reaped a rich harvest because of that, because all our students were having laptops. All that was required was a Zoom connection, a little bit of partnership with technology providers, and we carried seamlessly, without losing a breath, our activities. I am sure all of you would have also reinvented, re-engineered your business models to meet that situation. But then what? Now suddenly we are in another situation which Pandits are describing as new normal. What is this new normal different from the previous normal? Because people have got used to data, the power of data. We knew data was playing in our life even before the pandemic, but we did not know its capacity and its reach. What miracle it can unfold in our lives, we did not know. But during these 2 years, we got an opportunity to experiment. So many startups have come, so many new businesses have come, so many new business lines have come in the existing business channel, all centered around data. And I'm very glad that 2 panel discussions that we are going to have right after this session, they are going to throw a lot of light on how data has played a big role in turning around businesses. Data has played a big role in creating new businesses, and their own experiences they will be sharing within whatever time is available. We take a lot of pride in the workshops that happen in the afternoon, and my students are very, very enthusiastic to participate in them because they are intensive workshops. One facilitator with about 50, 60 students, intensive discussions, a lot of engagements in that, a lot of learning. As I said in the beginning, what they will learn today, it would have taken a month for us as teachers to explain them in the classroom. So thank you very much to all of you once again. I do not want to take the main purpose of this conclave from my speakers, fellow speakers. Even if this is a topic which tempts me to go on and speak more, I will restrain myself, and I will thank you for once again for coming here and welcome you once again. I welcome all my students, I welcome all the faculty, all the guests who are present here, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable and enlightening words. We have the pleasure to have with us Professor Dr. Sashmita Samanta, Vice Chancellor, KIIT deemed to be University in today's conclave. Professor Samanta is an accomplished academician and administration with more than 2.5 decades of experience in strategizing excellence in professional and technical education. Ma'am is recently felicitated with India's most influential education leader by Asia One magazine. Ma'am, I request you to address the gathering.
Thank you. Most respected chief guest, Mr. Lalit Agrawal, founder and MD of VMAT Retail, our respected Director of School of Management, Professor Mahapatra, Dean Professor Sumita Misra, and all the respected faculties of the school, and respected dignitaries present here, the panelists, and dear students. Perhaps in this podium, in the last meeting, I had spoken that the objective of human being in this world is to enjoy the happiness. And we all know that happiness comes to us in two means. One is our internal satisfaction and peace. Second one is while our desires are fulfilled. In two ways, the happiness comes to any human being in this world. While we come to one, the internal desire and happiness, as for the, I can say it's spiritualism, emotional studies, we all understand that internal peace and happiness comes through actions. And actions, those who lead to the excellency. And in spiritualism, it is said that yoga is the highest form of actions which gives us excellency. But coming to the business, we understand that quality leads to the excellency. And everybody in business, in work, for that we bank upon the quality. Second comes to the fulfillment of desire. While we talk about fulfillment of desire, it comes with two things. One is identifying the pain points. Second one, connecting it to the emotions. Identifying the pain points come with the requirements, and connecting with the emotions comes again with the excellency. And while we connect to the emotions, then the requirement, emotions together gives us the happiness. Coming from our spiritual belief or traditional knowledge of this country to the Constitution. Constitution, the first objective, freedom of speech. While we talk about freedom of speech, there we brainstorm, where we can brainstorm that what really we have to speak, how we have to speak, what is to be communicated, and how it's to be communicated. When those four things are being understood by each one of us well, perhaps we can place our business at the best place, with the best customers, best people, and the best achievement will be there. Best achievement will be there. I think those two things are the key of the marketing theories, and after that we can go for the theories of Konclave 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, that so on and so forth. Going for the people, going for the targeted audience, then going for everybody who needs us. So today we all are observing the marketing conclave here with the objective that how we all should behave in the change scenario. While we are talking about the change scenario, do you think that really the situation has changed? Whatever we were, wherever we were before 2 years and after 2 years? Whatever is related to the marketing? I think that one thing has changed. Professor Mahapatra perhaps was talking a little bit about that. One thing has changed. Perhaps we all have understood, or we have got the processes, mediums. Now it's more transparent, more sustainable. It's, I can say that more reliable for all of us. We are confidently rely on those medium, that how to communicate the message more instantly, more faster way, and reach to the many. And that has just changed. But that place has become so crowded, identification of the message, recognition of the message has become very challenging. So at that point of time, only one thing can make the difference, that is excellency. Whatever Professor Mahapatra was saying, that perhaps the academic space has become much more competitive than anything else. Because if you are little bit following the academic space, you'll be finding that in last 2 to 3 years, many universities, institutions have come up. And with the coming up of this national education policy, we are finding that as the government is targeting to educate 25% more people by 2030, and that period is very short. Till now, we have reached 25% or 27%. By 2030, we will be reaching 50%. So whatever we have achieved in last 100 years, our target is that in next 8 years, we will be achieving that much in higher education. So for that, that space has become very crowded. Number of institutions, universities are coming up. And at that point of time, the identification of the institution, somebody was talking about KIT has achieved this. Whatever we have achieved, since beginning we all have banked upon only on quality and excellency. We all believe, and we all have lived those years in this institution, that we have never struggled for the survival. While we all work to achieve the excellency, maybe our struggle for the survival was integrated with that. And while that struggle for the survival was integrated with that work for the excellency, perhaps none of us could realize that struggle. We all enjoyed the journey which was strived for the excellency. Perhaps that should be the objective of each one of us present here. Each one of us, those who are present here, while we strive for the excellency, then our path becomes sustainable, it becomes reliable, then we focus on the target very keenly, effectively, then we reach at the place where nobody perhaps the competence can decide or there will be any competitor with us. Then it is only one. We all focus only on one path and rely on that. And that force of positivity gives us the success, and that has happened in this campus. And for each one of the students present in the campus, apart from making them socially responsible, we teach them, or in the process they are taught how to dream, how to conceptualize that dream into the reality, and how to convert that concept to a process that should be more reliable in the world, that will be more reliable by the people, that will create confidence among the mass. I hope that in the process the students learn that. Maybe because of that, this university is proud to produce around 7,000 entrepreneurs in last 25 years in different domains. And we are proud of all those alumni. We are proud of all those alumni of this university. Yes, we have got many awards in innovation research. We are having the best incubation center here. But apart from that, I see each one of the students, they can be entrepreneur. I always believe passionately, as said by Muhammad Yunus, while he started his journey with the beggars on the street, his first line was, each one of the human beings in this world are born to be the entrepreneur. If we keenly analyze, only 10 to 12% people are working in the formal sector in this country. What about rest of the people? They can be the farmers, they can be the daily wages, they can be the small shop owners. Each one of them are the entrepreneurs. But we are not identifying their skill. We are not identifying our own skill and banking upon that. When we are educated, I think that skill can be owned, that can be nurtured, that can go to the level of excellency. Then each one of us can be enterprising. And that is being taught in this university very nicely. And in the process itself, it's being inculcated to the heart and soul of the students. So I request each one of the students present here to identify such opportunities, such avenues, connect your dreams, and get success. I would like to thank each one of the students for being present here to listen that what should be your roadmap for the excellency. So many speakers are here. Why such events are being organized? That while the speakers will be sharing their experiences, maybe that will not be same for you, but you can get the clues how you can make your own wage. When we are exposed, when we are more informed, then according to our talents, according to our own resources, we plan our own action plan. So I would like to thank all the dignitaries present here, those who will be speaking to our students and will help them to nurture their own dreams to make it into the reality. This institution started with a meager amount in 1992. In 97, we started only engineering institution, but today it is one of the most promising institutions in the globe. In 25 years, this institution has gone up to best 800 university in the globe itself by Times Higher Education ranking. Perhaps we never dreamt of this, that KIT will be among 800 universities in the globe and thousands of universities are there. And this year we are expecting that maybe by 2024 we'll be among 500 in the globe itself. So our actions, our plans, our strategies are roaming around that. Of course, our marketing strategy also is included in that. So US, and of this COVID-19, I think it has helped the educational institutions a lot. Maybe previously we are saying we are getting only 3,000 people from abroad in this campus to teach our students, to interact with our students and faculties in seminars and workshops. But in last 3 years, we all have made the wage how to call thousands of people. It can be 10,000, 20,000. They are taking the classes online and they are teaching our students, interacting our students. Many avenues have opened. That online has given us some clues, but with that online itself, we have also explored many ways to reach to the people. Maybe all the students will be finding these universities organizing hundreds of conferences around the globe in 2023. That sort of strategies are being made. Of course, as I said that when reach is becoming easier, maybe it has become easy for us to get recognition for us because our journey is rooted through quality and excellency. That is giving us the unique identification in the market, in the academic world. So once again, all the best to each one of you. I would expect that all the speakers present here will be sharing their experiences, and all the students present here will listen to them keenly, observe it, analyze it, and connect it with their objectives and dreams. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable words. We are fortunate to have with us Mr. Lalit Agrawal as the keynote speaker of the conclave. Mr. Lalit Agrawal is an Indian retailer entrepreneur, founder, chairman, and managing director of V-Mart Retail, which he founded in 2002. With V-Mart, he pioneered the concept of value fashion retailing in Tier 2, 3, and 4 towns in India. Under the stewardship, V-Mart's footprint has grown to 375 plus stores across 25 states, delivering affordable fashion to more than 35 million customers annually. As a leading industry voice, he holds the role of trustee of Plaksha University. He also holds the position of the chairman of Retailers Association of India. And he also holds the position of the chairman of Retailers Association as well as the chairman of Confederation of Indian Industry in Retail and FMCG in Northern Region. He was awarded the Retailer Leader of the Year in 2018 by the Indian Industry. He was a speaker at the World Retail Congress in 2019. In 2017, he was nominated for the Niti Aayog's Champions of Change, an initiative by the Government of India. He attended the renowned President Management Program at Harvard Business School. He earned his bachelor's degree in commerce from Bombay University and a diploma in financial management from Narsi Munji Institute of Management, Mumbai. He even writes a weekly blog on the dynamics and interplay of leadership, culture, and technology. I request the tech team to play a video of Mr. Lalit Agrawal.
It's time to dive deep into the world of fashion.
this short one.
Good morning, Bhubaneswar. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for inviting us. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, kids, for doing such a wonderful job here. I actually, I've been born in Kolkata, but I have lived a good part of my life in Odisha. So, and when I was here, I never knew about kids, but yeah, it's really become so big. My schooling was done in Cuttack, and I have studied in Revansha College in Odisha, in Cuttack. So my roots are here, as I said. My soil, this soil is where I have learned, I have grown myself, and I really believe the air here is very informative, it is very spiritual, it is so soothing, and it is so peaceful. So you all should congratulate yourself for being here, for being in the right place, and for being in the right, with the right mix of people and the right culture. Great. So we are here to discuss about the new normal. Let me first just say you about VMart first of all, and my journey. I'm right now a 52-year-old man. I have got 2 kids. I've got 2 sons. One of him is studying in New York. NYU Stern, and the other one is still in school. I come from a humble background family. I was born in Kolkata in a family of almost joint family of 30 people, and my father started his first tailor business in 1975 in Kolkata, and then he opened up a store in Cuttack, which was a tailoring shop in 1979, which was called Shriman Shrimati. Most of people can remember that. And I have when I was a child, I have stayed there, I have lived there, and I have understood, even I have interacted with customers, I have been to my father's shop multiple number of times, handled his shop. So my marketing mantra and my understanding of customer and consumer and retail started right from there. And that's the seed of my learning, and that's the seed of my understanding, which is from these towns and which is from that particular humble background. So, but yeah, life takes you to multiple places, and then every time you get some new surprises and new things. And I moved to Mumbai. I wanted actually to go to Mumbai for doing an engineering college admission and doing an engineering study, but finally ended up doing a business, taking that money of my father preserved for engineering. I took it from him and did business in Mumbai. And while I was doing business, I did studies and I did my management as well. So I started a printing press right there in Mumbai in 1989 when I was 19-year-old. And the entrepreneurship in me started acting right from there. But yeah, I stayed in Mumbai for a decade, and then retail was calling me back into it. And I went into retail once again in 1999. Started this chain called Vishal Mega Mart from Calcutta, and then it was a joint family business, and then I separated out myself in 2003 and started this company called VMart. I started this company called VMart from Ahmedabad. If you know Gujarat and Gujaratis, they are considered as the most conjuice community in the entire India. And they are considered as the very, very high value seeker community in India. I wanted to test my philosophy of providing value fashion, providing the affordable good fashion in the toughest territory. Because I believe and I knew during those times we did not have too much of organized retail in India. And I wanted to experiment with the toughest people so that the pilot gets tested well. And we could have faced problems, but if it succeeds, then the sky is the limit. And that happened. And when we opened the store in Ahmedabad in 2003, we really got a terrific response. There was a long queue, and we did not have to look back from there. We expanded our journey since 2008. And then 2008, we felt that we need to expand more. And to expand more, I can't just go to the banks and then ask for loans and then take into debt, because retail is a very, very thin margin business. So I took a private equity at that point of time from Aditya Birla Private Equity. And then after 5 years, we went public, and we are now a listed company traded on Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange. So our journey continued from there. Largely, V-Mart is a thought process that came in looking at India, and that came in from the town Cuttack, where I saw the middle and the aspirational class. I saw people who have so much of aspiration, who have so much of willingness to consume, willingness to look good, willingness to show off themselves, look brighter, speak good. And definitely these towns did not have too much to offer, not in an organized fashion. So that's where whole idea came in from, and that's how this whole model has been built, to try and cater to the middle and aspirational class who lives in the small hinterland, so small tier 2, tier 3 towns, where both urban as well as rural customers comes in. And that's what real Bharat is, because this land of 130 crores is really a big consumption country. And this consumption country gives us so much of opportunity. And if we just rely ourselves in the metros and the bigger cities, the world doesn't only live there. The entire Bharat, 70% or 75% of the consumption and bigger population lives in the smaller town. And that's the whole concept that we did. We really grew this concept, believing and having a story of honesty, making it an honest price shop, giving the customer the best value for money. And what are my belief from my childhood days when I used to sit in my father's tailor shop, is that product making doesn't cost too much. The raw material prices are almost similar. If you look at the raw material prices, you can track it back to the commodity prices, whether it is steel or it is cotton, it is polyester. Raw material prices is not too high, but the cost of converting that raw material into a good finished product becomes the large part of value addition that you do into the product, and that is what you finally sell. So finally, every product that you sell should not be too high and should not be unaffordable for a common man who lives on this earth. So that's the overall approach, that every person who lives on this earth requires 2 pair of clothes and 2 pair of good clothes, aspirational clothes to wear. And for that, it should not cost them too high, is the overall concept behind this, so that you could actually create efficiency, you could actually create supply chain processes, you could actually integrate the entire ecosystem, which comes together to create a large value for the customer and then for the entire stakeholder, which is very, very important. And because in this whole process of business, in this whole process of entrepreneurship, if you are not able to create value, and value not only for yourself, value and profitability not only for your company, but value and profitability for everyone who comes and interact with you in the entire ecosystem, which includes the customer first of all, which includes the supplier, which includes your own employees and yourself, which includes all your stakeholders, your shareholders and everyone, and the community at large. Because everyone should create value, everyone should get benefited by this happening, by this event, and by this process which is called business. And that's our belief, and that is what we believe will survive and will sustain, as ma'am was saying about the sustainability of any plan, or sustainability of even your thought process and your career and even your learnings. You need to really bring in excellence, and whatever we did, what we are trying to do is, providing the similar kind of product which is provided by a brand at 2,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees, the similar product at 799, 899 and 699, so that the quality is same, the aspirations are same, but the product is at a lower cost. So that involves a huge amount of excellency, collaboration, integration, good value system, honest value system, ethical business practices, which are very, very important to try and build such kind of business, and try and build such kind of business vertical and an organizational culture. This topic today of new normal, definitely COVID has impacted everyone, has shown a different side of humanity, different side of living, and different side of the world. And retailers have also got the worst affected, was the worst affected, because people did not want to come, we were not allowed to open the stores. Whenever we opened the stores, customer would not come, there would be so much of restrictions. So it was all difficult. But we never sacked employees, we never disappointed any of our vendors. We never wanted to disappoint our customers as well. And for that, we created a lot of thought process in terms of how do we reach out to the customer. If customer can't come to us, how do we reach out to the customer digitally or physically? Both are possible. So in this COVID times, you remember people were not allowed to travel from villages to the city. So what we did is we started almost 100 trucks from different stores. They went to the villages to serve the customer in their area where they are, so that, we could reach out to the customer when the customer can't come to us. That was one initiative. We started our digital initiatives. We started our Omni initiative. We started delivering them at the home. So a lot of initiatives digitally, physically that we thought and we did, so that we could actually not leave the customer in pain, because the customer would want the product, but they are not right now coming out. So we wanted that to happen, and also make ourselves survive in the overall process, make our vendors survive, and make our employees survive in that overall process. So the point here is that you need to keep innovating, you need to keep thinking, you need to keep being positive about the fact that there is a problem in hand, but this is the real situation, and there are ideas, and there are solutions, and we need to always look forward to the solution till the normalcy is arrived. And even if when the normalcy is arrived, now we don't see the same normalcy, and we see a very differentiated normalcy. In this whole process, we also took an opportunity to acquire a retail chain in South India. We acquired a 74-store retail chain in South India. We were not present in South India. And then why we did that, and what helped us this, and then why? Because they were in pain and they were not able to come out of the COVID environment. They thought it was negative all over, and they wanted to sell off at a right price, at a lower price, and we took that opportunity. In every crisis should not go waste, is what our belief is, that every opportunity should not be wasted. There is an opportunity within the crisis that should be seen, and that is what we saw. We took over this chain from the Arvind Group, which is a big textile group in India, which has a lot of brands, which operate a lot of brands, and which operates a big textile unit. But they were not able to operate that value retail chain, and we took over that at the right price, which made us become big, which made us give a good investment opportunity during these times. So that's how we need to look up to these opportunities, so that we also pace ourselves for this new normal situation which comes in. So in the new normal situation, as Dr. Mahapatra was also saying, I think what we are seeing here is there is a change in the consumer behavior. There is a change in the consumer mindset on how they should shop, with what motivation would they shop, with where would they shop, when would they want to shop, what would they want to buy, and how much they would want to spend. So there is definitely a large sea change, one from what happened with them while COVID was on, what did they realize when they were in the houses, how much more penetration or adoption of digitalization that happened in their life. Whether it is a person living in a small village, or it's a person living in the town, or it's a person living in metro. Everyone has gone through a sea change, and there is a change that we are able to witness in their consumption pattern as well, in their buying behaviors as well, in the way they get motivated, in the way we communicate them, in the way they come out and reach out to us, or they want services from us. So there is some changes that is the new world. That's the new world, which is the digital world. That's the informed world. People are, and the kind of information that you have today on your handset, and everyone I see here also getting into the handset, but this definitely has a lot of information for you, which in the past, any generation, all the generations in the past, no one has able to be collectively, no one has been able to read or get access to so much of information. You are really fortunate enough to access so much of information at your fingertip, on your hand, and that's what is the power of your attitude that you need to bring in. If you have the attitude, information is already available. You just need the technique. You just need the technique to grab that information understand that information, read that information, keep your mind open, keep your horizon open, and learn the technique to implement it, to create a process around it, to think and how do you create a business around it, or how do you create a fortune around it, or create a fortune for the companies that you work. Because in the new normal situation, every step that you take, every thoughts that you have, every studies that you do, all work that you do, there is definitely going to be a digital intervention. There is definitely going to be a data angle on it. There is definitely going to be an arithmetic, algorithm kind of stuff which will happen. And especially in marketing, we all know, because of the social media marketing, because of the too much of closeness that we are coming up within a mobile phone or within a laptop, there is definitely a sea change in the way you market the customer and the way you draw their attention, the way you understand them, and then how do you draw their attention. And every individual is unique. More and more information leads to more and more confusion. More and more information leads to more and more distraction, even for the consumer. In this distracted world, how do you create your own point of view? How do you visualize your own point of view, and how do you make them visualize on this? That's going to be the most important thing. And definitely, in the overall process, what we have learned is, ultimately, we need to be very, very close to our customers. We need to be, as an organization, as an individual, wherever, whether we work for some company, whether we work for in the back end, we work in the front end, every time we need to be having a customer-centric approach. And customer-centric approach is something which will never make you move away from the customer. If you think about the customer, if you realize their pain, if you understand what they want, what will make them feel happy, which ma'am was saying. If that happiness quotient, if you are able to understand, and if you are able to relate your product, your services, your offering, your ideas, your innovations with that particular point of view, and make a business model out of you, everybody here will be successful, everybody can be successful. You need to definitely have a right attitude, you need to have a right goal, you definitely need to have more and more information, more and more awareness, more and more focus about what is available, how much you want to read, where do you want to spend your time, what path would you want to take, who are your mentors, whom do you want to take guidance from. Definitely there are a lot of people here, a lot of people that your campus is organizing and your university is organizing. You should be fortunate enough. When we were child, we never got such opportunity to have so many mentors and so many people speaking in front of us, and no media, no communication. You are fortunate enough to have so much with you. So I think there is definitely a lot of opportunity in this new normal scenario where everything is accessible to you, where everything is accessible to the entire market. There is a lot of innovation happening. I can just give you, when I was coming on the flight from Delhi to Bhubaneswar right now, I interacted with someone sitting beside, and I just asked him what was he doing. He said he was basically from Bhubaneswar, now staying in New York, and just now moved to San Francisco. I said, what are you doing? He said, we are trying to create a fund who will fund the YouTubers. Do you know what a YouTuber is? Do you know what a YouTuber is? A YouTuber is a creator of content on YouTube. And what are they thinking is creating a fund to fund those YouTubers, those creators of YouTube. So that's the normalization. That's the new thing. That's a new thing that I saw. And these are small, young lads, young millennials, Gen Z population, who just have an idea, who just have a thought process, but have an attitude to make it as a professional career. The hobby converted into a profession. Anything can be converted into a profession, can lead into bigger results. And there is the entire world. The entire world has large amount of money. There is a huge fund waiting for you all. There is a huge fund in the market to support any kind of initiative and good kind of initiative which is possible. So in this new environment, we don't know what is going to come in. Whatever we have seen in the past 30, 40 years, we don't think the same would continue, or the similar organizations with the similar mindset would continue. Every organization, every individual has to become more analytical, have to become more adaptive to digitalization, have to become more adaptive to any kind of change which comes in. Because this COVID scenario is one change which we have seen. But in this digital scenario, every 6 months, every year, we are going to see a new world. We are going to see a new age. We are going to see a new technology. We are going to definitely see a new perspective of things in which the mankind lives. So I think this is how I see the world, and this is how we should all see the world. Every day is a new day. And we should all come up prepared on every day morning with a new thing and a new thing that I can learn and not forget and not take use of what we have learned yesterday. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. It was an enlightening address, and we are confident that the attendees must have learned a lot from your address. Now, I request VC ma'am, Director sir, and VC ma'am to felicitate our esteemed guest.
If anyone wants to ask some questions. So we have question in the panel discussion. No, for keynote speaker.
Okay, sir. Like, if you have any questions, if you want to ask any questions from the keynote speaker, you can ask.
So I'll definitely motivate you to speak up. That's why I asked them to ask a question. Because you guys are getting into your fundamentals and your core roots. And interaction is very important in this new world. Just not chatting over the phone is important, but also speaking out, your voice out, and asking few questions when people are around. You should have those fundamental values as well. Sorry, but please ask questions.
If I may, in terms of the transition that you saw, say, in terms of the business model changing, the market scenario changing, how do you find competitive enough to the biggers who invest a lot, whereas you are looking at more to the lower segment of market? So how do you look at the marketing, and how do you want to reach out further to increase your business volume?
Thank you for asking the question. So, primarily, what you're trying to say that how do you compete with the biggies of the world, the bigger retailers and the bigger brands? See, fundamentally, retail happens right at that particular local level. So, and that particular level, what we believe in this particular strata of economy where we work at, the kind of consumption, the kind of consumers we work for, these consumers have their hard-earned money. And with their hard-earned money, what ultimately they buy is the product. And these people whom we serve buy only 2 or 3 times in a year. When they buy 2 or 3 times in a year, they consider their purchase as investment. And these investments they don't want to do anywhere, just look at anything. They want to get confirmed. And they will only buy from somewhere where they know they will get the best and they've experienced or someone has experienced those products. That's how when you provide quality, as ma'am said, as you provide quality and keep providing a right quality, that is where you get consistency. And that is where also becomes a mouth publicity and the mouth marketing. When the customer becomes your ambassador, that's where you are able to fight with anybody. In this overall environment where you're saying big and small, I think it's not about how fast do you rise and how fast you come on the top. What we have believed in the last 18 years of our operation, we have been consistent on our growth. And that's what our fundamental policy is. We still believe we are no less than the others. We still believe there are definitely bigger houses of like Ambani's and Birlas and Tatas and Amazons of the world and Walmarts of the world who are in this competitive space against us and who are definitely have a huge money power, has a large organization, has a huge potential to invest huge money. But still, the fundamental understanding of India, fundamental understanding of Bharat, the diversity that Bharat has, every state has their own consumption. Every state has their own pattern. They have their own dialect. They have their own wearing style and wearing patterns and wearing clothes and taste and eating habits. So, and seasonality is different and sizing is different. So India is so unique. India is not a standardized world the way US behaves. So it is not going to be so easy for any organized retailer who comes from outside or just think from a head office and do it. It is all about understanding the regional nuances, understanding the local requirements, understanding the consumers and their festivals. Like in Odisha, we know there are 13 festivals in 12 months. 13 festivals in 12 months where people wear new clothes. Maybe a lot of people doesn't know. And what do they wear? Somewhere it will Prathamashtami, where some part of the people will wear. It will be a Ganesh Chaturthi where kids will wear. It will be a Rajo where girls will wear. So there are different festivals that we have where we need to understand all those unique festivals, their requirement and their understanding is very, very important. That's how we can survive. And it is all about that understanding of consumer behavior, market behavior and the environment around us, which is going to be important. It cannot be a standardized model which you lay out and you just don't customize it to the local need. That's how we do it. I hope I am able to answer that. Thank you. Any other question? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your detailed explanation. We have Contemporary as our knowledge partner. Okay, sure.
So, even after being so successful, how do you keep yourself motivated and keep going?
I think these presence of people, so many customers, 10,000 people working for VMart, the team, the community, so much of happiness around that you create is definitely something which makes you motivated and keeps you energized in your entirety. So that's the real motivation. I think people, mingling with people, helping people, getting people to that happiness quotient is the important thing. Thank you.
Hello, sir. First of all, thank you so much for being here with us. My question would be, sir, you spoke about sustainable growth in your talk. So growth is not always a straight line. There are a lot of ups and downs. So when there are downs, how do you deal with them and how do you course correct? That's my question.
Very good question. See, ultimately, whenever there are downwards because of 2-3 environment. Primarily, we think it is downward because of the external environment. Like COVID happened, or some other recession happened, or inflationary scenario is happening, or some war is happening. So there are external environment. And then there are internal things that you do. So every external environment needs some differentiation, different thoughts from you. And there could be a change outside, or even if there is a good thing outside, but internally you are not able to cope up. So every time you need to always, when you point there, you have 4 fingers pointed towards you. And yourself, within your organization, within your team, and you own yourself. So every time there is a problem downward, you always make corrective actions, you look into yourself, you revise certain things, you understand what are the wrong decisions that you have taken, what is the new thing that you need to, where are you not seeing, what are you not doing. So I think all of that makes you perfect and makes you happy. So every time, whenever things are not working good for you, just hold on, close your eyes and see where are we going wrong. You will find the answer.
Thank you, sir. So I request all the students to please pass your questions and we will pass it to our keynote speaker. We have Contemporary as a knowledge partner who deals with knowledge and business solutions. It provides transformative business solutions which will help the new age business cope with present and future challenges in the areas of talent and human resource management. As part of the conclave, we had organized pre-conclave competitions which were a huge success. There were more than 5,000 registrations from more than 500 B schools all across the world, which included more than 15 foreign universities, 10 IIMs, 9 IITs. The winners of the online marketing simulation are as follows. The first position is backed by Mr. Anupam Nag and team from XIM Bhubaneswar. The first runner-up position is backed by Mr. Prashant Verma and team from New Delhi Institute of Management. The second runner-up position is backed by Mr. Abhishek Tiwari and team from IIM Bangalore. And the winners of the quiz are as follows. The first position is held by Ms. Aparna from IIM Amritsar. And the runner-up position is held by Mr. Anmol Gilra from Goa Institute of Management. So before we move forward, let's sit back and enjoy the conclave video, the voice of students, made by the Schools Media Club in association with the Matrix Club.
Changing the social landscape, marketers whether it knows or they won't keep up. The power has shifted to the customers and it's not coming back. A brand is no longer what we tell consumers what it is. It's what consumers tell each other what it is.
I still remember the day my dad surfing through the newspaper to look at assorted tables for our dining hall. He used to select the table, call the retailer, make the deal, and visualize it in our dining hall. Look what that was. It was a great example of traditional marketing and how the customer reached and interacted with the sale. How much do you think that this example is still relevant today, or do we still have a new normal now?
What do you think? How many people have watched videos by Sunday?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that almost 80% of them have, and even 50% of them have adapted life quality restrictions. This is influencer marketing, a very effective methodology. Think about it. How many bought dresses, makeup, or shoes that were inspired by other creators? Of course, we all have.
My favorite form of marketing is influencer marketing. They are 86% of advertisers influencer marketing to empower their marketing campaigns, and 57% step in performance exceeding the other brand creative content.
I really enjoyed taking the marketing quiz. It was a test of all the basics of marketing and all the related concepts.
Hi, this is Anupam Nag from Instinctive Class of 2024. I have developed a thank KIIT school for organizing such a and thoroughly loved and enjoyed it. Thank you.
Hope you all liked it. Now, to give the vote of thanks, we have Professor Dr. Sumita Mishra Dean, KIIT School of Management. She is an alumnus of Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, and she has completed her PhD from MDI Gurgaon with 15 prolific years of experience in academic. She has contributed to the research in the domain of organization theory, organization culture, training, transfer and HR analytics, and has also presented papers in national and international conferences. I request Professor Sumita Mishra to give the vote of thanks.
Honorable Vice-Chancellor Madam, KIT University, esteemed keynote speaker, respected Pro-Vice-Chancellor, KIT University, respected Director, KIT School of Management, dignitaries of the dais, our valued invited guest speakers for the panels and the workshops, respected faculty colleagues and dear students, it is an honor to propose a vote of thanks on the occasion of the 13th National Marketing Conclave. At the outset, I, on behalf of the school, express my deep gratitude to our university leadership under the vision of our honorable founder, Dr. Achyuta Samanta, with his continual emphasis on quality education in collaboration with our relevant stakeholders. I express my deep gratitude to our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Sasmita Samanta Ma'am, for her erudite address on the path of business in the new normal. My gratitude to Mr. Samir Panda, Vice President, KIT University, for laying down the foundations of the conclave and bringing the conclaves to the level that they are today. I thank Mr. Lalit Agarwal, Founder and Managing Director, V-Mart Retail, for delivering the keynote address and lucidly explaining sustainable methods of doing business in the aftermath of the pandemic. My deep gratitude to Dr. Saranjit Singh, our Pro-Vice-Chancellor, KIT University, for his immense contribution to our school. I express my gratitude to our Director, Professor S.K. Mahapatro, Chairman of the Conclaves, for being an able mentor and guide all the way through. I thank Dr. Kumar Mohanty, Director Training and Placement, and Contempo, our knowledge partner, for their valuable corporate connect. The conclave is always a result of the tireless efforts put in by the convener, Professor Joydeep Biswas, and the faculty and student organizing team, along with the administrative support provided by Mr. Samavesh Naik. I thank all of them for their efforts. The true beneficiaries of all our conclaves are and will always remain our dear students. So I thank all of you for your presence and participation in the inaugural address. I look forward to a day long of exciting discussions on topical issues. I thank everybody and I wish the conclave all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we are going to start the next segment of our conclave, that is the panel discussion, and I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly be seated in the auditorium and enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Kritika Raj,
I, Rahul Day,
welcome you all to the first panel discussion on the topic Data-Driven Marketing and Consumer Privacy. This panel discussion is a part of the 13th National Marketing Conclave of KIIT School of Management on the theme New Business Models in the New Normal.
I would like to welcome Ms. Madhumita Fugan, Global Marketing Head of AI Businesses, Tech Mahindra. She is a marketing, PR, and corporate communications professional with over 19 years of experience in various industry verticals. Before Tech Mahindra, she worked with Concentric as Associate Director of Marketing and with IBM as Brand and Communications Leader in India and South Asia for global technology services, client innovation centers, labs, social media, CSR, and crisis management. She is an alumnus of MICA, IIT Delhi, Management School, Wharton School, Amity School of Communications, and Guwahati University. She is also an independent blogger. She was among the top 5 bloggers in India WIN 2015. She has also won the National Award for All India Cartoon Contest in 2003. She is the Communication Chair for IEEE International Conference on Cloud Computing for Emerging Markets.
I would now like to welcome Mr. Yuvraj Sarda, Head of Business Strategy and Planning, Sun Mobility. He is a business professional who is passionate about sustainable mobility and has been in the field of electric vehicles for the past 10 years. During his tenure with Mahindra Reva Electric Vehicles, now Mahindra Electric Mobility, in strategy and business planning, he created business cases for deploying electric vehicles in various segments such as last mile commuting, employee transportation, intracity goods transport, car sharing, and electric taxis. He led the deployment of India's first fleet of electric cars for employee transportation and the nation's first fast charging station network for commercial electric cars. He is part of the founding team at Sun Mobility. In his current role at Sun Mobility, he heads strategy and planning, key strategic OEM partnerships, business planning, new business development, and public policy advocacy. He has led strategic partnership engagements such as the ones with Ashok Leyland, Piaggio, IOCL, Bosch, Vitol, and Uber. He has supported various policymakers in developing EV policies, including NEMMP 2020, FAME, and state EV policies of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Delhi, Telangana, and many more. He holds an MBA in marketing from the Birla Institute of Management Technology.
I would like to welcome Mr. Ashish Tiwari, Chief Marketing Officer of Home Credit India. He has 20+ years of corporate experience across consumer, telecom, insurance, and new media domains. He has been practicing brand marketing, digital transformation, technology, and data analytics. In his previous role, he worked as Chief Marketing and Digital Officer with the Indian arm of Italian insurance giant Generali, where he was leading the brand, engagement, and PR for the company. Earlier, he was leading digital transformation strategy for HMC, a Hero Motors company. Before HMC, he worked in Jubilant, where he proactively planned and implemented best user practices in marketing communications across mediums such as trade, digital, mobile, ATL, and BTL. He is equipped with a postgraduate degree in business management from LBSIM, New Delhi, combined with a digital and social media specialization from IIM Bangalore.
I am delighted to welcome Mr. Sudhir Madugiri, Senior Executive Partner at Gartner. Mr. Sudhir Madugiri has over 24 years of consulting and IT service industry experience working with companies such as Thomson Reuters, Wipro, and Infosys. At Gartner, he works across a cross-section of industries, including the government, in advising CXOs on their digital transformation, talent, technology and tools, and trends covering aspects of digital business. Before Gartner, he headed the consulting business for the India region at Thomson Reuters, handling client-facing consulting and solution delivery of indirect tax products covering tax determination and compliance requirements in over 190 countries across the globe. During his tenure in the industry, he has consulted for Fortune 500 organizations, globally cutting across IT strategy, operational excellence, application portfolio rationalization, and many more. He is a certified Prince 2, MSP, P3O, and TOGAF practitioner, apart from ISO 27001 LA. He has won multiple accolades, including the CIO Next 100 Award, featured in leading magazines, and is an invited speaker at conferences.
Now, I would like to welcome Professor Joydeep Viswas, our moderator for the panel. Professor Joydeep Viswas is an alumnus of XLRI Jamshedpur, IIT BHU, and currently teaches Sales and Marketing at KIIT School of Management, KIIT University. Professor Viswas has 16 years of work experience spanning IT, FMCG, consumer durables, and education sector. His consulting expertise includes brand management, setting up distribution channels, consumer research, and analytics. He has consulted for organizations in FMCG durables, financial services, e-retail, sound equipment, and poultry verticals. His research interest is in area of tourism. Sir, please take over the session.
Thank you, guys. Morning, guys. Can you hear us? Because if you can't, then I'll ask you to sit in the front rows. Okay. Welcome all the guests. Pleasure to have all of you. You guys make the conclave what it is. Okay. Before we begin the discussion, my couple of questions. You know, professors always ask questions. How many of you are on LinkedIn? Never seen any of you? Great. How many of you are on Twitter? Amazing. How many of you are on Instagram? Of course, right? I'll not ask about your Tinder accounts. What is the theme for the day? Panel discussion theme. Anybody? What is the theme for the panel? What is it? Data-driven and consumer privacy. Has it ever happened that you have received or seen an advertisement which was very specific to you? Yes or no? You were surprised that how did Insta know about it? Right? Have you ever worried or been concerned about the privacy? But how did they get your data? Who gave that data? You gave. Okay. So the point is that the panel topic is extremely, extremely relevant. You guys face it, experience it, and we would like to hear a lot of questions from you. Okay. We also want to learn. We have industry stalwarts to address all your queries from tech, AI, mobility, finance, research and consulting. We could not have had a more diverse and expert set of people. Okay. So, Ashish, Sudhir, Yuvraj, Madhumita, if it is fine, what I will request is that each one of you share, about your views on the overall theme for 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll take it from there. Right? Madhumita, why don't you go first?
Hello. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I think it's good morning, right? Yeah. So, first of all, I just want to thank you, Kate, for having me here. And just I would say it's like really, really awesome to just share my thoughts, my opinion about data-driven marketing and customer privacy. This is a very interesting topic. In fact, everybody should know and they are involved. So thank you so much for that. Thanks so much for the invite. So I just want to start like this, So gone are the days when marketing was treated as, as a kind of step function. So now organizations are realizing that it can be the backbone of every business. So it can take the organizations to the next level for its growth. It can help businesses like outthink, outplay, in fact, outshine the competitors. So this is like kind of, I would say, one of the most important component of an organization, for enhancing like kind of what will I say, the customer experience, as everybody knows here. Then innovation, expansion, and that, introducing new product and services. So many things, we can do, right? So what actually this, data-driven marketing means for me, I would say, for my opinion. So this is like kind of, as a marketer, to create the strategies and do the execution accordingly on the real data. Okay, so instead of just, or rather just, kind of taking the hypothesis or the intuitions, we can play with the real data, right? So be it like brand building exercise, or just, as I said, like sales, pre-sales, post-sales, or just kind of, I would say, to understand more and more to the just, kind of different geographies, different customers. So all these things comes under it. So I think it is like kind of, it's a kind of, if I compare, so it is like organizing, a party for the best friend's birthday, or girlfriend's birthday, or the boyfriend's birthday kind of stuff, right? So organizing those kind of things. So it is like you'll have to know the details about your friend, you'll have to know the age, you'll have to know the preferences, you'll have to know the intent, of that, your best friend or whatever, like, those, you'll have to know the details about it, so that you can give the best shot for, properly, or just so beautifully you can organize the party for your best friend. So that way, is, for us as a corporate person, professionals, or the marketeers, it is like our best friend is client here, right? So client or customer. So for us, we'll have to know, the details about the intent, what kind of behavior. So we'll have to know all about our customers to give the best experience. So I think, data-driven marketing is like, that's what I think. And apart from that, what I would like to say that every day, almost like 330 billion emails are sent. Okay, and then like 500 million tweets are created almost every day. And then I would say another numbers I would like to take, that is like 500 hours of videos are uploaded by the YouTubers every minute, okay? And Google, kind of processes almost 99,000 searches every second. So you can imagine what kind of data we are creating every minute, every second, every day. So it's like no point having marketing strategies or planning without the data or data analytics. So that's, I think, like data-driven marketing, what it is for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madhumita. Really loved that analogy of birthday party for the boyfriend or girlfriend. I think their birthday parties based on their data is being celebrated every day they log in. Yuvraj, your take on the theme.
Can I use the floor?
Yeah, sure, please. Okay. All yours.
Hey, hi guys. How are you feeling today? Have you done your morning ritual of creating a reel on Instagram? Not yet? Want to do now?
After the conclave.
After the conclave.
We are going to be tagged.
Okay. Cool. So guys, data is the new oil, as they say. And that's why we all know why Mr. Ambani has changed their business, focusing from oil to now telecom. And not just that, if you look at all the major businesses, they are all undergoing a transformation. Look at the Tata Group, how they are consolidating everything into a digital conglomerate. They have built a super app. I am sure you would have read about New Pass, right? How they are trying to leverage all the digital businesses through the touch points that they have today and ensure that they are giving customers what they want. I think today the world is having enough and more things to do and focus. So to really narrow down your focus, you need data. Okay? As a marketeer, and trust me guys, the world out there is more competitive than you guys think. The moment you go out, you will see how your own living depends on how you are winning in the market. And to win in the market, you have tools in your arsenal, and those tools are, in our parlance, we call them data analytics. You have plenty of data around. All you have to do is pick the right data parameters and use it for your own, business objective. And when we talk about marketing, data-driven marketing, right? Let's just disintegrate this. When I talk about marketing, one thing which I learned in my MBA times was marketing is a larger function which starts from acquisition all the way to customer service, including promotion, sales, etc., right? So this is the entire journey, right from customer identification, discovery, to all the way customer product usage, end of life. And throughout this process, you have various touch points through which you get data. And how you are using that data to first acquire a customer, then serve a customer, and over time get more value from that customer is what data-driven marketing is all about. And consumer privacy is a myth. So trust me, nothing is private right now. Everything today that you share, knowingly, okay, great, but unknowingly, they all know about you. So, as a marketeer, it is very, very important, and I'm giving you no example from my organization perspective so that you have a very real feel of how data-driven marketing can be leveraged in the interest of the organization that you are serving. At Sun Mobility, and what we do is we offer battery swapping services for electric vehicles. But what we've done in that, we have added a small chip, a telematics chip in our battery, and a microcontroller that accumulates data about the usage of that battery and sends it back to our server. Now what we know as a company about our customers is where is the customer using the battery? What are the coordinates, lat long, of the customer using our battery? How many kilometers the customer has actually driven the vehicle using our battery? How often the customer has come to us for a swap? How many times customer has taken a certain route which is passing by a battery swap station that we offer? Now how are we leveraging this data? All of this data accumulates together as something called as big data, and then you run a set of analytics over time which can be termed as machine learning, where you start to derive insights. This customer has been driving this vehicle for 70 kilometers a day. So this is the revenue I can expect and predict for my business for future. Is this customer below average or above average? Above average, he's a premium customer. How do I serve him better? If it is below average, how do I enable him to use my services more? And we take decisions, we take real life decisions based on this information. And we trigger marketing messages, we trigger alerts, we trigger, basically pop-ups through a user interface that we all call today an app. That's how we connect with our customers. So this is just a preliminary thought on, it's a very powerful term, and the whole idea about data-driven marketing is being able to know your customer, KYC, better than the actual KYC, and able to serve him or her. in a better way. These are my opening thoughts.
Thanks, Yuvraj. Thank you so much. Okay. Quick question. How many of you knew that even a battery company was tracking us? So very few. Anybody who was surprised by knowing this? Okay, so yeah. So that's the kind of thing we are talking about. Okay, so thanks, Yuvraj. Yuvraj talked about how data is being used at the point of acquisition, servicing, retention. That was a very great way of explaining the entire usage of data across the life cycle of the customer. Yuvraj interestingly used a phrase which Ashish was using yesterday night at the dinner when we were discussing, and Sudhir is also smiling. Can you guess what phrase we are referring to, which Yuvraj said? Yeah. Consumer privacy is a myth. So we are all exposed. If you think your data or you are not being accessed or captured, then you are living in Stone Age. Okay? I would request Ashish to build on that thought and give the examples that he was quoting and your views.
Thank
Ashish.
you. Thanks. And thanks, Yuvraj, for making my job a little tougher. I was making notes about it. Hello, guys. Yeah. See, I mean, this entire thought process about data is becoming important. Can somebody tell me why? Let's make it a little interactive, as Yuvraj has kind of made my job a little tougher. And management is all about art of being busy without doing anything. Yeah. And I don't want to kind of, at least I want to excel on that job. So let me practice that. Anybody can tell me why is this about everything, everybody's shouting about data, data, data. Any thoughts? Yeah.
Yeah, we have a few raised hands.
You want me to stand up? I can stand up. I'm just sitting down because of the chair.
Please share the mic. We have a couple of raised hands at the back. Please introduce yourself.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Rohit Nagar. I am from Madhya Pradesh. Sir, actually, data is important because we take some meaningful information from the data. It's important for our organizations and anything. To take for a meaningful information from the data, that's the only reason data is important.
Very good. So, is the data information? Is the information important?
Yeah.
Data is a means to get information. Thank you. You said it right. Data is a means to get information. And today we live in an age of having more data than we can possibly consume. Yeah, somebody used saying that there is just data everywhere and useful data nowhere type. We are there. But if you come to think about the esoteric view of why it is becoming important, yeah, it's the entire world order change which we all have gone through. The humanity in past 20 years have seen more changes than the world has seen in last 200 years. The pace of acceleration of humanitics doubles up every 6 months. And something about humans, that we anticipate change at a very delayed pace, at a large group level. If you come to think about it, think about your grandfathers and great-grandfathers. We all were family of 15, 20 siblings. How many of you, don't need to tell me, but think about it, how many of you even know anybody in our generation who have more than 5 people sibling family? It's getting from we to us to me to I. And I'll repeat myself because it's very important. Otherwise, if you don't, and as marketers, I believe the reason why marketers set apart things and set things in motion is because we can think in the way and create frameworks from abstracts. If you are able to create a framework from abstract, you will be able to put together a plan of action which can be given out to a larger audience set, because at the end of the day, marketing is about influence. Hardly a marketer does anything. If you ask me, I don't know a thing. If you give me best of the laptops, I can't design any damn thing. And we produce like some 10 creatives every hour. I will not be able to do even one. And trust me, I don't know CorelDRAW. All I know is Excel and PowerPoint. Learn them, they are your best friends. Yeah, not even Word that much. Coming back, it's about from we to us to me to I. The more personalized you become, the more information is required about you. If I want to talk to the men, women and countrymen, nobody relates to that phrase anymore. People need, I mean today, if you were to buy, say a pizza, a bike, think about a bike if you want to buy. How long will it take to buy? You will go into a showroom, you will put an order, you will take a test ride, and you would be riding back home. Ask your father how he bought his scooter, or your grandfather. People went to showroom, paid, waited for 6 to 10 years to get that. Today, the technology enables things to come to you, then you to go to them. It's about my consumption moments have become micro-personalized. And to be able to do that micro-personalized, I need to know about you. Okay? Let me ask anyone, Professor Joy started with asking you about social media, which is about Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and swipers, yeah? The one who can't be named Voldemort of apps, the hidden folders. Now, if I were to ask you, what do you think the biggest change Facebook brought to the world? Anybody wants to take a guess? What is the biggest change Facebook or any of these social, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, what they did? Yeah? Connecting with people. Anybody heard about Yahoo Messenger? Sharing was always available. It wasn't that Facebook brought sharing up. It was always available. Before Facebook, there was something called as Orkut. You could have created blogs. You could have shared if it was only about sharing. And it is, please don't treat that these are wrong answers. There are no wrong or right answers. It's only point of views. Yeah.
Facebook made sure that we can show ads based on the data points to the customers.
That's how Facebook's business model is. But that's for consumers, that's not the way, that's not the reason you go on Facebook. You don't want to see ads. That is how Facebook earns revenue. Yeah? And don't call me sir. My name, I know my parents are lousy one, especially coming here. When I realized such a good names, they probably picked up Ashish, ensured that I am never able to cheat. Yeah, even if I wanted, because the professors used to sit right on top of my head most of the time. So it is not that I was a good guy, it is only the circumstances ensured I don't go in that. Yeah, so call me Ashish, even if a normal name, but it's okay. Yeah, I can live with it. Anybody else wants to give it a try? Yeah. Yeah, that's true, but that could have happened earlier also, which means you are saying that it provided media opportunity and exposure. Agreed, there were platforms, not probably as publicly available, but that is not the biggest change to human life which Facebook brought or any of the social. Last one, yeah. That was chatting, or there were multiple other platforms. Transformation of information is not the biggest change. Yeah, so just for the interest of time, thanks. But it is very close to where I want to lead you, but not exactly where I want to lead you.
According to me, sir, before Facebook, there is no any social media like Facebook which connect us, means which help us in chatting or means connecting with anyone by text. Usually there are before Facebook, usually we do SMS through means.
There were multiple other platforms
but
available.
at that time, sir, internet is very costly, sir. We can't afford it.
That's not the point. Okay, the point is the biggest change. You would have heard about terms called as Web 1.0, Web 2.0, and Web 3.0. Facebook or all these social platforms are called as the outcome of Web 2.0. What it did was, it eroded the line between your real life and your virtual life. That is the only thing. Understand things on the basis. All this, what you are saying, are use cases for that Web 2.0. When you erode life, earlier, before Facebook, and the reason why I use Facebook as a word journalized for Web 2.0, in real life, I could be Kaluram. And in digital life, I could be Delhi Gadoor. Yeah, and I could live that life peacefully. Yeah, I could be slapped on every second, rude people asking me for money, saying, hey, mera paisa kabhi dega? And I could be living that real life. In virtual life, I could be advisor to Mukesh Ambani. Yeah, and I could talk about it. Today in Web 2.0, it is impossible if you want to track it. And that's what your professor was mentioning, saying how are you transcendenting your real life movement to digital life. And every time when you transcendent and create that bridge, you are giving information about what you are. And there is a framework, multiple frameworks, one of the most used and abused being Ocean. Please do a Google about it. You will probably learn more about marketing than anywhere. Go and learn about it. We are on the brink of Web 3.0. And when I say Web 3.0, from mass, which is website. Before social came, there was a mass which was like, I created a website and every business wanted to have a website, knowing nothing about what to do with website. I am also one of those guys. Created like 11 languages website and used to show it like a badge of honor, saying, oh, 11 languages website. I have no clue what is happening. From there, we move to creating, can I render things, can I create ads which interest you? And that's where information comes in picture. Because of you started giving information, connectivity became easier and it became important because the people are moved from we to I, giving it to, and till now Web 2.0 is about me and not I. I is where Web 3.0 comes in. Yeah. And last but not the least, what he said, all of this which I said, you can only, it's like a cycle which feeds on itself. The more information you give, the better results you get. And because of you are in a business anywhere where you don't pay to get a service, wherever you are not paying to get a service, you are the payment. So today when you say Facebook is free, you are the currency which they monetize. When Google is free, you are the currency which is getting sold. I will give you, we live in a word which is called as word of economics. Anybody ever coming and giving you anything free, including those Delhi wala ladies who come and put up a flag onto your this, when you walk around, they need something from you. Technology is not, they are not doing a charity. So you are giving information. And because of we are in a world of transcendenting towards words of I, the information becomes important. Collection, processing, and usage of it is what marketers need to do. Surya mentioned about multiple use cases around it. Yeah.
Thanks, Ashish. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sorry.
No, I'm sure everybody is very interested, and the raise of hands is a testimony to that, and the participation from the audience is a testimony to that. So it's a very interesting thought on how marketers used to look at we, then us, and now me, and maybe eventually going forward to I. The extent of micro-personalization has almost become scary with the extent of data that is being generated and with no privacy being there. Netflix and Instagram know more about me, okay, than my wife, who happens to sit here, and applies to you guys also, and some of the other platforms, right? The data-driven marketing which marketers are driving has gone to the next level altogether. While Ashish and Yuvraj and Madhumita were talking, I was thinking that why are we still teaching segmentation, right? Because the segmentation is not happening at group level anymore, right? At what level has it gone down to? At the level of person, individual, right? I request Sudhir to add to that how does a researcher and a consultant looks at it?
It's a very tough job to summarize after some phenomenal speakers ahead of you. But then that's the job of research and advisors.
Advise,
To
please.
kind of summarize in a way where you put a framework to all that they say. I'll make a humble attempt towards that. So I think we are living in a perfect storm of technology, consumer behavior, evolution of marketing, and also in some sense evolution of privacy regulations across the world. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give you nuggets on each of these 4 things. And as we proceed during this conversation, as questions come up, I'll help you with answers to that. So when you look at consumers, and by the way, before I proceed, whatever I say here is my personal views, not that of my employer. I'm supposed to put that non-disclosure.
That's a true consultant.
Yeah. So now getting to to each of those 4 things that I mentioned, starting with consumers. I think we are living in a world of hyper-personalization. So all the data that folks are gathering is in the intent that we can personalize our products and services towards you. And if you go by data, 8 out of 10, even in this audience, would prefer to give away data for the sake of the convenience of getting the right kind of service or product at the right time, at the right price point, and so on and so forth. So that's one. Now think of technology. It's not that data didn't exist in the past, right? Data existed ever since, probably the time we started writing on paper and so on and so forth. What has changed in the past few years, probably the past decade, is access to technology, like some of you said about internet penetration, mobile devices and all that across the world. But also the cost of technology has steadily dropped. At one point in time, if you were to store data on a small pen drive, it used to be obnoxiously costly versus today. At the same price, you can store tons and tons of data on hard disks. So technology has enabled storage of data, capturing of the data from various sources. Somebody said about how do you glean out insights from them and so on and so forth. So technology has taken its own evolution, and no wonder today you have companies like Airbnb which can offer you an igloo in the North Pole if you want one, or a castle in Ireland if you want one, right? Based on your taste. Now come to marketeers, right? So what's happening in their world? I think they understand fully well the value of hyper-personalization, and no wonder they're investing tons of money, because there's about 8x worth of ROI when you start doing hyper-personalization. So no wonder that's the place where everybody is going and putting in their money. And creating what you call as nudges at the right moment in the consumer and prospect journey, so that you can tap into the wallet share. I was having some interesting conversation with Srini here, he'll speak later, and run workshops on how that's one of the things that he observes when he interacts with brands and organizations. Now, the next leg of the discussion I broached about in the line that I mentioned. Legislations, if you start seeing, about 137 countries across the world have legislations pertaining to privacy in one form or the other. India was very close to enacting one. I think we just went off the rails a little bit. We'll come back before the elections, I'm sure. And the last thing is in terms of saying, when you start looking at all of these things, it's the consumers, all of us, who's playing the catch-up game, right? Now, the show of hands was a very telling kind of a data point, if you noticed, as to how many knew that the battery company was gathering so much data about you. It's very private to you. Where did you park your vehicle? Where did you drive? But the intention with which that data is being gathered is to offer better services and so on and so forth. However, when you start looking at it, the consumers are playing a catch-up in the knowledge of what's being gathered about them. That's one. The second thing, technology in this particular case is lagging the industry, right? The industry, when I say technology, I'm talking the privacy space. The privacy-oriented technologies are lagging when it comes to where the industry is moving. Now, I want to take another side of the story in terms of, if I were to put a mental model to the topic that we have, there are 3 circles in a Venn diagram, if you will, right? There's a behavioral economy. All the data that we are gathering is all coming from the behavior that you're showing in various breadcrumbs across your digital footprint, social media and so on and so forth. So that's one part of the economy where there's a lot of data that's coming in. Technology is helping you to capture that data and make some sense out of it. The second circle, if you will, is the trust circle. The circle where you need to start building trust with your customers, with your prospects across the journey that you engage in the moments that matter. And the third one is what's the kind of value proposition you're able to articulate back to the customers and prospects that you engage with. So if you look at this mental model, I think the place that you really need to focus is on how do you build reputation and trust together so that you get better wallet share from your prospects and customers. So that's the focus that all need to have. If that's the focus, then what are some of the questions that we need to ponder as participants on the other side and panel on this side? There are 4 questions that I think we need to really look at. The first one is, how can you use technology to build trust and then monetize it? Because today when we say we're living in a trust economy, there are core beliefs each one of you have about how trust operates for you and how do you kind of engage with brands. The second one is, what stories are you narrating to create that awareness, interest, desire, action, loyalty, advocacy, and so on and so forth. So it goes back to one of the topics Vatsala will cover sometime later in a workshop and so on. What are those narratives that you're using as marketeers, creating those storyboards which will help you engage at that intersection of value creation, right? How authentic is that story that you're weaving with the data that you have without sounding very creepy, right? That's really the important part of personalization. The third one is, how are you aligning your brand image and core values to what is called as the core beliefs of each one of you. There's a very interesting book on core beliefs. I urge some of you to read it because it's a very heavy read when you start looking at it. There are some 9 personality profiles who have certain core beliefs, perfectionists and helpers and so on and so forth. Each of those personas are the ones who buy or don't buy based on the alignment of your brand proposition to their core belief. Today when I hear the point that privacy is compromised, that's perhaps because we are running too much behind data, thinking that data is the new oil and data is the one that will give us insights. It's quite right, but honestly it's not all of the data that we have out there. There's a flood of data that you have, and we are not insight rich in the data that we have simply because we don't know how to be discerning in knowing what is the right amount of data that we need to have. For the right kind of value proposition, we need to weave to the personas that we are targeting. So it goes back to one of the things I'll probably cover at a later point. We all hear customer 360. My question is, why not customer 180, customer 270, and so on and so forth? Simply because somewhere this need for access to data is so phenomenal that people are gathering a lot of it without knowing where they'll use it, why they'll use it. And the last one is, how do you ensure that you're building reputation along this journey and make sure that you don't lose the guardrails when it comes to the use of data for the personas you're targeting. So these are some of the, I'd say, entry-level thoughts that I had when it comes to this topic and trying to summarize all that we've heard before. Happy to take any questions now, or Professor Jaideep, we shall the way you'd like to take it.
Okay. Thanks, Sudhir. So Sudhir explained beautifully with 3 Venn diagrams how this entire thing is coming together, and the 4 questions that we need to be asking ourselves. You heard such beautiful words and such knowledgeable content. I would request you guys to ask any question that you have related to what they said or otherwise related to the panel. Yes, I think we have a raise of hand here. A couple of ladies in the front row, can we have? Yeah, introduce yourself and then you can ask the question.
So it's a delight listening to you, Mr. Sudhir. So my question to you is, and I was delighted to listen to your meticulous talk. So my question to you is, how important it is to balance between instinctive and data-driven approach. Because by doing strategizing, we may lack EQ to touch people's lives. So how important it is to balance between instinctive and data-driven approach.
I don't know how many of us do instinctive marketing anymore. I think we've forgotten the art, to be honest. Right? I'm sorry if I'm kind of being brash about the statement that I made. I think everyone relies on data because we believe purchasing decisions are made through rational processes. And we are very wrong in that, right? we believe the brand proposition has got a value, or rather a rationale behind why people come and buy our brand or products or services. So what I'd like to say is the instinct part, if you see, has kind of died. And that's what I was trying to bring to the fore, saying that, do you really need customer 360? Can't you do with 180? Can't you do with 90? Can't you do with 60? Right? That's my challenge to the audience, saying the lesser the number of data points and other things that we have, the better we are. Because we need to ride on the brand value more than any of the rational judgments that data can give us. And I was talking to Ashish yesterday. He was giving the example of his own organization. How many of you have taken a loan or have seen somebody take a loan from a public sector bank? How many data points would they use before they give you a loan? Probably it's a 2-month journey, right, to grant a loan. Ask Ashish how many data points he needs to grant a loan. Two data points. And how many loans do you disperse every day, Ashish?
Almost on average 8,000.
8,000 loans they disperse each day.
Each day, and each decision it's a completely humanless journey. Without any intervention, decision is taken in less than 20 seconds about giving the loan or not. Disbursement is done in next 30 seconds.
So why I brought that point of Ashish is, that's customer probably 60, not 360. Or probably that's 360 in his world. Whereas a public sector bank thinks 360 means I need to do so much due diligence about the asset quality and 100 other things before I issue a loan. So coming back to the question that you said, why I brought these 2-3 examples is, while instinct-driven marketing is probably the way forward as per me, my personal belief again, simply because rational part of the brain is not the place where decisions are made when any one of us buy in this room. You try out 15 cars, you buy the car on which you have lost your heart on, not your head, right? So that's what I mean to say. So instinct-based marketing is probably the one that I bet my horses on. Not to say that data is not important. Frugal use of data for the right reasons to inform you about those personas, to create that emotional engagement is what I use data for. But not, kind of mindlessly going behind data. And just because technology is available and storage of data is easy and cheap, I'd not do that. So kind of a longish answer to a short question.
Any counter view on that? I would love to hear a counter view on what, because Sudhir has taken an extreme position.
I actually have a counter view. Okay. If you mean by instinctive marketing saying that because I felt that my brand color should be red and today it should look blue and I made it blue, then God only help you in this age and time. Okay. But if you mean by instinctive marketing is about very quickly responding to consumer needs, I think nothing allows you, enables you more than the technology and information you have. I'll give you an example, okay? And just to tell you on the car example, you're very right that, see, marketing, try and understand, marketing is an art driven by a science. Yeah, it's not otherwise found. And if you are able to read your data or information will only give you a direction. You need to put sociology and humanitics on top of it, and you need to layer it with that. Okay, and that's the reason it is important for a marketer to understand their consumer. And to add, Professor said that today we are in an age of hyper-personalization and to the power of 1, which means to each consumer. I disagree to that. It is not, we don't personalize to each consumer, you need to personalize to consumption movement. And I'll give you an example to it to summarize on the car and what I am saying. I am a very different guy on LinkedIn than I am on Facebook. How many of you are same on either two social media? We all are different in this auditorium versus outside versus with our friends at our family. I mean, sir could be a director here, but with his college friends, his behavior is very different than what he will behave to you, to all of us. And if as a marketer, you are not talking to people, think about it. So consumption movement is location, consumption movement is medium, and basis location and medium, your message should be, if I am running an ad and I advise to there is a company based out of US which is called as Casket, Titan Casket. Titan Casket provides funeral services. As generally, we had a product called as funeral services. We have a company called as Dead Happy. The company name is Dead Happy. Yeah. You can go and hook up on the website, you will see. It's about people making death wishes. How do you promote? How do I come to you and tell you that, hey, book a casket for yourself? You understand what a casket is? Yeah? As a marketer, the EQ part plays in terms of when you create your messaging. Instinctive marketing is about being able to connect to customer. In the consumption moment, he or she is most, I think, open, and in our typical closed room marketers, we say most vulnerable. Marketers has to be vultures. To need to be vultures, start feeding off the ground. Because of, if you are not, you will not be. And again, I'll use his thing. These are my personal views, not of my organization.
They are giving a disclaimer.
Yeah.
Okay, very interesting question, and it has initiated the debate. Thank you so much. Few more questions. I would prefer if they're asked to Madhumita and Yuvraj as well.
Good morning to all the dignitaries present over here. My name is Srishti Agrawal, and my question is, how are marketers using data to improve the performance?
Tech, AI.
Yeah, so I think there are so many ways, to, how we are utilizing that data, right? So for improvising, like not only, as I said earlier, right? To introduce new product and services, innovations, and enhance this customer experience and all these things. So, so many things, again, as everybody said, this is again my personal views. So, in fact, I utilized in my earlier organization, my current organization, everywhere. So this is like to create some campaigns, right? So create some marketing campaigns externally and internally. So what I think, marketing campaigns happens in both ways, right? Internal and external. So internally, probably just kind of creating the awareness among like all the employees, all the salespeople, all this, the cross-functional teams, so that they should not feel like they are working in the silos, right? So everybody should know what is happening inside the organization. So that is like, brand awareness or product awareness or innovation awareness, whatever. So it is like kind of internal marketing kind of stuff, right? So and external marketing is like, of course, we have different kind of target audience, target geographies, right? So all these things into place. So accordingly, we do, I would say this is like, which is in the trend, this is in the social media, first of all, right? So that is on the top. And then I would say we have omni-channels, like apart from social media, we have email, for example, we are getting different kind of emails, right, from different customers or just prospects and all these people. So another thing is, I would say, we have the conversational AI part, right, that is the bots. We have the bot system. So we are receiving different kind of queries, we are answering through conversational AI. So that is the another part, right? So AI is actually just playing a huge role, in getting all kinds of data, and it's just pushed to another divisions like analytics divisions and all these things, right, to analyze and just convert into actionable insights, right? So I would say when as a marketer we work with the cross-functional teams when we just create different kind of campaigns, as I said. One is like, as I said, sales, pre-sales, to understand what kind of strategies they have, then I would say like what kind of data they are just collecting from different kind of events, for example, right? So they generally just go to the virtual event, just a physical event kind of stuff all across the globe, right? So they collect also different kind of information from their side, from there for what kind of target audience they are having, their just intentions and all these things. They also try to understand physically, not only the virtually, physically also. So this is a combination of collection of data physically and also for, I would say, like virtually, both the ways, right? So, and we just collect the data, understand where, according to our campaigns, right? If it is like, I would say, it's social media, then we'll just kind of keeping the customer in our mind, we just do the analysis around it and just kind of come into a, final stage, whether this campaign will work, not work, if this target audience is proper, not proper. So everything just, we just kind of jot down before launching one campaign. I hope I just answered the question to you.
Great. Yuvraj, one specific example how you have used data to improve the performance.
Sure. I think I would kind of try and give you more generic example rather than specific to my organization.
Okay.
Let's take example of something which we've been using on a day-to-day life, like Zomato. You all order through Zomato, I'm assuming, if the mess is not...
Mess food is everywhere the same.
Okay, great. Then I'm sure, once in a week. So, see what Zomato has been doing very recently, and they are trying to understand consumer order history, and they are trying to understand a pattern. What are the types of dishes that are ordered by individuals, by families, and by age groups, right? At what time of the day, from which restaurants. And what are they now, what they have developed is a very, very beautiful recommendation engine. When you open a Zomato app, it gives you recommendation on dishes rather than restaurants, right? That's the way they connect with you. And then you start to feel more and more comfortable with the services that you are trying to take from that, app or something like that. So what they're trying to do is, if you look at Swiggy, Zomato, everyone will think, yahan se order karo, yahan se order karo. But in your subconscious mind, when you know that every time, with just 2 clicks, I get to my favorite dish in a Zomato app, I would prefer a Zomato over a Swiggy. And this is something you're doing subconsciously. You're not even understanding, but what you are doing is actually a validation of improvement in performance of consumer engagement in a particular app against a competition. I would like to also add one more point here, especially to Sudhir's point on customer 360, right? And I was just pondering upon that point, and I feel that you're very right in saying you need limited information for for making customer or creating a trigger for customer or adding value. But it also depends on the type of industry. Like if you look at hospitality industry, now in hospitality industry, every single fact about a customer, especially I'm talking about the premium hospitality industry, the 5-star hotels, they actually want to know your preferences of a paneer, of a dal makhani, or they would want to know, is this customer likes to have a tikhi wali dal makhani or a fiki wali dal makhani. And that level of customization happens in hospitality. Whereas there can be industries where you just need limited data points, because that's what the engagement of the customer with the organization is. And eventually, all this data gathering, data processing, inciting, and converting it into an action is an expensive affair. You have very high paying jobs called data scientists who will charge ton of money from you. So as an organization, all you have to do is try and find out what is that optimum level of data that I need for me for making my business work. Now, in some cases, that could be customer 360. In some cases, it could be customer, 270 or 90. So that was an example of Zomato, how Zomato has been thinking customer 360 when it comes to food preferences.
Great. Thanks, Yuvraj. 360, I think few organizations are going beyond 360 as well. While limit to dal makhni, a restaurant also wants to know which car am I driving. Right. So you don't know where
I
you
think
get the data
that's
inside.
the problem, right?
Yeah, which Sudhir is talking.
Irrespective of the industry that you belong to, as long as you understand what's your optimal data set, right? You can call it 360, 60, 90, doesn't matter. Optimal use of data, first party, second party, third party, fourth party data. I think you're in safe hands. Not just from the perspective of cost, right? Cost could be one of it. But I think if you see the privacy evolution, say a French citizen visits India, and you ended up storing some data about that citizen, which is not permitted as per GDPR, you'll just pay about £2 million worth of penalty to the European Commission. He may not know this. He may do it thinking that you're going to give a phenomenal service on that paneer dish or that whatever chicken curry that he would have ordered. But there's a consequence to what you would do when you do something like that. So which is where I think that part of saying, do you know the rights and the duties that come with holding data of individuals? That's the question that becomes important. And do you need all of that at all in the first place? Like, do you need to know my car if I'm coming and visiting you as a guest? Anyway, back to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Yuvraj, Madhumita, and Sudhir. One last question, preferably on privacy. We have, I think there's a hand at the back and there's a lady here. Preferably on privacy, I would like to take because that's a very interesting part of the discussion. Quick.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sakshi Sharma and I'm from MB1. So my question is how a marketer handles a data breaches and how efficiently is the present technology in protecting the data?
Data breach. I think that's an interesting question. Do we have those checks and balances or protocols?
I think the important question is who owns data breaches in the organization?
That is something which one should certainly try and understand from a tech point of view. Okay. So there is an enabler which is tech, and then there are these all layers or these all warehouses. It's like in good old days. The difference, one of the things which has happened, and that's the reason when I started, I said that as humanity we have accelerated at a very, very fast pace in last 10, 15, 20 years. And there's an interesting acronym which I use, which is ACNBC. Before Christ, no, it is before COVID and after COVID. The word which we got into before COVID and the word which we have come out after COVID are two different words. And these are all this jargon. I have a different view about it, which says about new normal or whatever it is. This is a different word, let's face it. Let's face the thing that you have given blood to the lion for the tasting. Coming back, technology, the way tech is built, you need to understand something, that tech is built by humans, and as long as humans are building tech, the code works. If you are building a room, you need to build a door into it to get into. You cannot, the perfect room is which has no doors. You can build a room without any doors, and that's a perfect room because of nobody can get into. But then you will also not be allowed. The breach happens because of, if you are getting in, someday locks are only made for gentlemen. They are to deter gentlemen for becoming thieves. Thieves are never deterred by locks. So your data, the moment anything which you are giving out, it is true to humans, it is true to machines. If I know something and I have told this thing to him, it is as good as telling this here. So one thing which, as a personal one tick I can give you, or a trick, or whatever advice, if you don't want it to be known, don't say. Yeah.
Coming
back.
Sorry, to the question you want to add on the technology.
Yes. Coming back, I think your tech stacks allow you a reasonable amount of security. They allow you a reasonable amount of protection till you as an organization create a vulnerability. And more often than not, it is the insider user who create a vulnerability which gets exploited by somebody. You created a room, you created a door for entry and exit for all the checks, but suddenly on a sideways, you had the wall cracking up, which you never maintained, and somebody will get into. Yeah, so data breaches happen, they are realities. The only way for marketer to deal with it is coming in honest. Three things which data also try and understand. Data has a lifetime. Not all data is not all data points about a customer have an infinite lifetime. My preferences about food change and have alteration to change. My date of birth is perpetual. My age is not perpetual, it changes. Am I right? So it's about what data has got breached, what impact can it have to consumer life, and as marketer you need to go back to consumer and inform them. Consumers will probably have challenges, but they will respect you more if you can go openly and tell them what has happened than trying to window polish. As marketers, you have to stand for consumers. As a CMO, you are also a CCO, which is Chief Customer Officer. Yeah.
So coming to the question on technology, the reason I brought in the marketing angle to it is who owns the breach, right? Quite often it's easy to say that technology owns it because they enable it. But I think it's all about technology, marketing, like you rightly said, owning up, communicating in the right way the impact of the breach. Big Basket did that a few quarters ago. So communicating that, involving the right stakeholders from legal and so on to ensure that it doesn't blow out of proportion and ensuring that the damage is limited. Coming to the specifics on what kind of technologies exist, the weakest link is the human being, like he said. The door may be there, the lock may be there, somebody just leaves the key near the lock and it's over, right? Phishing, all of you would have heard of that when you cover any topics in cybersecurity. So phishing mails are the simplest ways for organizations to get breached from. Technology evolution in terms of strengthening all of those doors are already existing, but there are always malicious folks outside who are more powerful than people inside who are designing technology for privacy. Coming to technology-specific interventions, gone are the days where we really need to collect my data about my food preferences, hotel preferences. With limited data sets, you can create what is called as synthetic data using artificial intelligence models. There are generative artificial intelligence models which can use limited data sets but give you personas on which you can run your marketing campaigns. So that's one where you kind of reduce the risk that arises from you having a lot of data. The second one is in terms of organizations have data clean rooms wherein whatever data that they collect, right, like Ashish said, they kind of segregate the grain from the chaff and kind of discard the data that they really don't need. It comes back to the question on customer 360. What you thought of as 360, you probably don't need half of it. That's where 180, right? And whatever is in perpetual versus whatever is kind of changing. So data clean rooms. The third one is in terms of there is a way in which organizations are providing power back to the customer. How? There are solutions that enable consent management. There are solutions that enable transparency. Today you can go to some of the social media sites or even Google for that matter and try and understand what data do they have about you and are you consenting to that? So just give you an example. I think a few months ago, Apple strengthened its privacy norms on iOS. The very day, Facebook lost $10 billion worth of revenues from ad sales, simply because that was the kind of impact that it had on customers kind of flocking out from Android-based this thing to iPhone-based solutions. So that's what is happening. Now, when it comes to computation, Yuvraj was mentioning about gathering data along the chain, right? Each leg of that chain, there are solutions that have evolved fast in terms of ensuring encryption at data when you're gathering, data when it's at rest, and data when you're computing, right? When you're using the data. So there are technologies today available, a lot of technical jargons, something called as homomorphic computing, something called as zero knowledge proof. So these are all technologies that are available there where even if you're processing as a customer support executive, you will not see data beyond what you really don't need, and whatever you see also is garbled. I'll not know it's Yuvraj who is calling. I know it's somebody who has got this persona who is calling me for an issue like this. I may not be able to see too much which I don't need to know when I'm servicing his request. So that's the next one. Now, coming to the other aspects, we spoke about the authenticity when it comes to dealing with the breach and so on. I think this is broadly where the technology world is evolving, but I want to re-emphasize what I started saying, that technology in this case is playing a catch-up because other things are evolving faster than technology in this space, regulations included.
Sir.
Great. Very, very big thanks to all the panelists, Madhumita, Yuvraj, Ashish and Sudhir. Wonderful discussion. I'm sure there are a lot of questions which are still there in your mind. Feel free to drop those questions, email those questions to Matrix Club. We will collate those questions and share it with our panelists and then share the responses with you. Also, a big thanks to the audience for being such engaging and who had such insightful questions. I hope this level of engagement you will continue in the classrooms as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. In addition, I want to thank all the panelists for taking time out of their busy schedules to speak with us today and provide us with excellent insights on all the topics we covered. With this, we have come to the end of panel 1. We request all the dignitaries on the dais to be seated in the front row. I'd now like to welcome the director, Dr. S.K. Mahapatra, to felicitate our esteemed panelists. We also request our Dean, Ms. Sumita Mishra, ma'am, please come, and Joydeep sir, to felicitate our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much, sir. We request all the dignitaries on the dais to be seated. We will shortly begin with panel 2 discussion. Thank you.
मैम और एक सोफा
लगा दिया।
Everyone, please be seated. We will be starting the session soon. No break is there in between. Everyone, kindly be seated. There is no break in between. I request everyone to be kindly seated in their respective seat. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request everyone to take their places. I welcome everyone back to the second panel discussion of today, which is on digital world in the post-COVID times. I would like to request Director Sir Dr. S.K. Mahapatra and Dean Ma'am Dr. Sumita Mishra to be on the dais to felicitate our esteemed panelists before we start the session. Ma'am and Sir, please. Sure, Sir. I would also like to request Professor Surya Mishra, who is the member of the panel, to the dais. Thank you, Sir.
I would like to welcome Mr. Joydeep Ghosh, Director of Digital Marketing at Zenoti. He leads the Digital Marketing and Creative Services team. Zenoti raised $160 million in Series D funding round, surpassing $1 billion unicorn valuation. The organization has grown leaps and bounds since 2010. Today, Zenoti is used by over 20,000 businesses across 50 countries. Prior to this, Mr. Ghosh was associated with Oracle, Cisco, Wilson Learning, and Swati Technologies, handling a similar portfolio.
We are delighted to have Mr. Karan Hora, Assistant Vice President of Star TV Network, who is a professional with experience in business development, strategy, sales, marketing, revenue generation, and people management. He drives change using idealized design and has achieved business solution. He is pivotal in managing business, operations, partnership, and business development skills in team management by defining and implementing the business plan.
I would now like to welcome Mr. Ashish Bhattacharya, President of Marketing, Dukes India Private Limited, who is a seasoned sales and marketing professional with experience of more than 30 years in handling sustained revenue and profitability. He is highly effective in customer relationship management and managing a competitive environment. Having leveraged skills in undertaking achievements that of the targeted revenue and motivating the team to focus on the embattled goals. Mr. Bhattacharya has been recognized for his consistency in performance, negotiation skills, and relationship building with the clients. He further created launchpads for several projects and successfully grabbed the share of mind. Additionally, he handled 1,000 crores of business on an annual basis. He also has hands-on experience in articulating marketing and sales strategies.
I would also like to welcome Mr. Sambit Sahu, who is the Country Segment Director, Healthcare for Sodexo India and is responsible for strategy formulation and growth of the healthcare business. He specializes in business transformation by leading chain management through people in the organization and industry-differentiated innovation. He has been with Sodexo for the last 18 years and had held leadership roles in operation, strategy, food and digital transformation. He has an experience of 24 years in healthcare, facility management, aviation, food retail, and hotel industries. He has also worked in organizations like Accenture, Cafe Coffee Day, ITDC, and hotel industries like Lalit Hotels. He is a hotel management graduate and pursued his postgraduate diploma in management from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore.
I would also like to welcome Mr. Sridharan Iyer, who is the Chief Strategy Officer of #Orange and a brand architect. He has a journey spanning over 25 years in the field of marketing and advertising, spent in training, participating, and eventually leading, nurturing, and creation of brand wealth. His belief in the power of stepping into the consumer's shoes, bringing an understanding of cultural shifts, and faith in his first-hand interaction has enabled him to develop transformational strategies for multiple brands over the past few years.
I am delighted to introduce the moderator of the panel, Professor Surya Narayan Mishra. He has worked with leading companies like ITC Limited and Nokia India Private Limited in brand management and sales. He helped shape some of the brands in the personal care category with ITC Limited. He co-founded Unmukt Foundation, an NGO dedicated to education for underprivileged kids. Further, he also founded Gilherio, a community-led ecotourism initiative. He also teaches different courses and gives talks on digital marketing, CRM, and entrepreneurship. Sir, I request you to kindly felicitate the guest. Sir, I request you to accept our token of love and appreciation.
I request everyone to give a huge round of applause. Now I would like to request Professor Dr. S.K. Mahapatra and Sumita ma'am to be seated so that we can go ahead with the proceedings. I request the moderator of the session, Professor Surya Narayan Mishra, to take over the session. Sir, please.
Okay, welcome everyone to this session. My job is done very easy because I have such a great panel to moderate, so I don't actually have to moderate anything. Because diversity is inbuilt into the panel. Everybody comes from a unique, diverse background with rich experience in marketing, in digital marketing. We have all gone through very unique set of experiences through the COVID pandemic. And digital marketing has changed, of course, in the last couple of years. A lot of impetus has been received, but like we were discussing with some of our guests even yesterday night, even today in India, the maximum reach is given by television, traditional channels, not digital channels. So while digital is increasing leaps and bounds, 25%, 33%, depending upon the different kind of sources you look at, it is beating every other channel in terms of growth. But in terms of reach, in terms of absolute impressions, still traditional channels beat them. We have at our hands a panel which has a mix of both traditional channels, digital channels experience. So we'll leave it open to them. And I'll request, starting with Ashish, to start with our opening remarks, and then we will take questions from the audience. Ashish?
Yeah. Hello. Hello, everybody. First of all, thank you for having me here. As Professor Surya was telling, to put the opening remarks, I would like to say that I am in my professional journey for last 35 years. And this is not the first panel I'm handling. Before that also, I have got chance to do that. But normally what used to happen is we used to get letters, that, you are being nominated for so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. This time, of course, it all happens before pandemic. And during pandemic, I didn't get a chance to, have such kind of a position to handle. But after pandemic, suddenly I get a message in my WhatsApp. So this is the change which we can see in the digital world post-pandemic. Now, I don't know how my data came, how I have been known to the people, and I have been sent first a WhatsApp message saying that, please provide your email ID. This is what we intend to do. And so and so forth, I provided my email ID and got to know all about it. I'm basically from Eastern Zone. I'm a Bengali guy, so Calcutta is my headquarters. So kids per se is known to me. But this is the first time I get a chance to get into this campus, and I'm delighted to see this. We will keep on talking, and I would like to have your questions so that I can answer and give some insight of my experience out here. Thank you.
Great. Very succinct yet impactful. We'll go to Samvit now.
So good afternoon, everyone. How is the Josh?
Okay, let us make it really high. How's the Josh? How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Okay, that's
like it. Yeah, so I come from a hotel background. So I did my hotel management, and especially to girls, how many do like the profession of chef? how many you do like profession of chefs? Quite a good. And
Samit, is it for them to have a profession, or are you asking for a match?
how many like chefs?
How many like chefs? So the question is, how many of you would, for girls?
Okay, my question.
How many of you would like to go out with a chef or something like that as a match?
Good. That's what I love, and that's what I took this profession, yeah. And what happened is in 2012, I represent Sodexo, so we take care of the ITES, we take care of healthcare, we take care of schools and universities, the facility management and food service. In 2012, the healthcare was struggling. And it was not making the margins, we're not growing, and my CEO decided that why don't you take care of the healthcare? Yeah. And there's a switch happened. So I was into an entertainment business, taking care of the experience of the people, and all of a sudden, I'm made responsible for a sector where we are into saving lives. It's no longer a fun industry, except for the maternity ward, well, mother and child ward, maybe there's a fun angle to it, but rest of the things, it's about saving lives. The second was the cost aspect, so I'll talk about that as well. But let me come first to the intent of saving life, what changed for me as a leader. Imagine you are a mother, your child is admitted to a hospital, and the child has some allergy, and then the wrong food is served, and the baby dies. Do you have the guts to go back to the mother and tell that this is the first time we have made a mistake, otherwise we are accurate? Can you do that? You cannot. So you're in the serious business of saving lives. And that's where the accuracy and the agility plays a role. And what is the enabler? The enabler is digital. You cannot rely on the paper-based technology to ensure that you have this 100% accuracy. You don't have a choice. In restaurants, you can have a choice. You can still recover. You can still do a recovery of your customer by taking care of it. When the life is gone, it's gone forever. Yeah? And that's where in 2015, we had a digital strategy as to every scope of services that we do, we need to have a digital intervention. So whether it's food service, how many of you have actually gone and been admitted or seen somebody near and dear ones getting admitted to a hospital? Yeah, most of you, correct? And if you would have noticed, there's a dietitian which comes, takes what preference and all that. What do they come with? A pen and paper, correct? They come with a pen and paper. Have you seen a dietitian coming with an iPad? Few, maybe few, okay? And that's where Sodexo made the differentiator, okay? So we made the dietetics digital. If there is an allergen to a patient, that's digitally fed. So the options of food, which otherwise could have been an error, is already eradicated in the system. The dietitian cannot give a food which basically can cause harm to that patient. So that's a digital intervention and the journey that we started in 2015. Clear differentiation from your competitors, key for marketing guys, okay? And how digital played a role. What also it did is, we just flipped the iPad which was facing to the dietitians, we flipped it back to the patient now because we have the software and everything. And then the choice, the consumer then started making choices about the food. Okay? So how do you involve your consumers in the whole treatment process is something that again the digital enabled. Yeah? This is one example of it. I was very influenced with the morning, I think Mr. Agarwal spoke about V-Mart, and one of the things that of course he spoke about, he has his segmentation very clear, he has his pricing strategy very clear, but one of the things that he could have little added is a cost. I think what he did is, in this whole industry, the wastes which happens, he has eliminated those wastes to enable him to sell a shirt for $299 or something and still make money. What really was exciting again was this company after post-COVID is debt-free. How many retailing companies are debt-free? They're losing tons of money. Amazon is losing tons of money. Flipkart is losing tons of money. Here is a homegrown company which has revolutionized in terms of cost management. That's key for healthcare. And that's again where digital plays a key role. Yeah? That again where the digital plays a key role in terms of cost management. What it does, it brought accuracy, it brought agility, but it will remove wastes. And you have to identify, because consumer is not going to value the waste. You cannot, maybe in the luxury industry it is, but how many luxury industries survive in India? You are playing in the mid strata mostly, and the consumer will never value the waste. So digital again plays a key role in terms of elimination of waste, brings in productivity, which is a key issue in India. Any industry, and healthcare is one of them, but any industry issue, there's a lot of productivity issue. Digital plays a key role of it. Yeah. Third is from a consumer perspective, where is this digital leading to in this new era? Where is it leading to? There will be non-healthcare players entering into it. It's a big market, a huge margins, and there are new entrants. I don't know, we spoke about battery. The battery itself is tracking our movement. There are handheld devices. You would have seen Apple Watch and all that, sensor-based technologies, reading your BP, your oximeters and all that. But there are much advances and R&D going on. For example, Google, with the data bank, has tied up with Nikon, which is a camera maker, lens maker. Okay? They are working on the contact lens, which will identify your eye problem or a sugar problem much in advance. So these are the type of technology. The inhalers, if you see the asthma patient, the inhalers, it's a standalone device. But the inhalers have become smart now, where with every trigger, it will say what time you used it, who used it, what was the frequency of that use. So you'll see a lot of IT and digital players coming into the healthcare. And they're partnering with the healthcare, pharma sectors and then the hospital sectors and doing this type of innovations. I'll just pause here, but just to relate that it is a cost-driven market. So the market is need to use and leverage on the digital to make efficient products, because the consumer is not going to pay for it. The second is it brings a lot of agility and lot of accuracy which is required, okay, for the right decision making. We spoke about, I think the first panel really has elaborated, so I'm not going to elaborate on it. And then the consumers. And one of the trick for the marketers is do not make any strategies or do not assume things that this is what going to sell sitting in an AC room. Yeah? So there's a technique, I don't know how many of you are basically reading TQM, the Toyota quality management and all that. There's a technique called Genzu Genbutsu, and which I really use it, and I ask my team to use it. Wherever there is a problem, go there and see what's happening. Okay? Be a consumer yourself, go through that journey, and then design your products. Okay? So with that, I think I just pause here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very different perspective and very specialized with experience in the healthcare, but relating that to generic marketing in the form of digital, bringing in cost efficiencies, how the consumer can make choices, and key enabler being the digital platforms. Very nice. Let us go for another very exclusive perspective to Sridhar.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what to say, because all this is, very hard stuff. This is all, when you look at it, this is coming in from the perspective of people who are into either providing a service or manufacturing something. I think what I would like to talk about is the change in behavior, the consumer behavior that is taking place around us. How many of you guys are familiar with Beatles as a group? There used to be a musical group called Beatles. They were like really big hits. So at this wonderful song was, when I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. That was something we picked up when we were growing up, and it was a popular song. I'm not singing because I don't want you guys to run away from this auditorium. But if I were to change the words today, and there is a huge implication when I change the words. When I find myself in times of trouble, Google comes to me. Solving all my problems, whispering unto me, don't you worry. Google is your God. The new God is Google. And at the sound of being controversial, forget all the mantras, all the masjids and all the other lapadas and dhamelas. That's the guy you really go to. That woman, during pandemic, she discovered international cuisine. He said, okay, I'm getting bored, my kids are getting bored, what do I do? She went to YouTube. She figured out how to make spaghetti. I know, this is not about, $100 million of investment, and I'm not talking about all that. I'm talking about basic human behavior. क्या change हुआ है? और कितना फर्क पड़ा है इससे? She picked up how to make spaghetti from the Google, the YouTube video. Why? Because this was not something that her mother could teach her. Her mother was her best friend when it came to solving most of her domestic problems, especially kitchen related. The problems that she's coming across are new age problems. She turns to the digital as a means, whether it is parenting tips, because she knows somewhere along the line that probably what my mother is going to suggest to me today is not going to be as contemporary. If I were to listen to my dad and raise my kids, whenever they go out of line, it's time to give them a whack on the head and straighten them up. What's the big deal? But that's not how parenting is done today. The other big thing that has happened post this whole thing, from an education sector point of view, which should be of huge interest to you. When we did our degrees, we did our degrees with this, huge confidence that now that I have done my MBA, I am set for life. Next 50 years, this degree is going to carry me forward, or whatever my working span is. It's no longer true. So actually, while you guys are digital natives, you guys, the Gen Z, know how to manage all the so-called iPhone and your laptops, etc. And like I heard in the last panel discussion, यार हमसे तो PPT और Excel ये दो चीजें handle होती हैं, but we are all being forced. The Gen Xers are being forced to reskill. Now, if you think you're not going to be competition to you, you should really look at that whole perspective. Why? Because we'll come in with wisdom. So, how do you guys manage your tech skills, and how do you guys get that wisdom is going to be very critical. But the big shift that is happening is the Gen Xers are reskilling and upskilling. That's one big shift that's happening. That's one big change of behavior. Entertainment was limited by time. The other big shift that has happened, and thanks to work from home and all, is people walking bleary-eyed. Here I was finishing off Mirzapur ka season, so I was up awake all night. I'm quite sure you guys talk about it all the time. So entertainment is no longer limited by time. That's one big transformation that has happened, and entertainment is 24/7. You can choose your entertainment. You can choose your entertainment in not one language, and I'm quite sure Karan is going to talk about it a bit more because he's in the business of entertainment. It's gone multilingual, which is why Pushpa is rage. 5 years back, or before OTT happened, or before the pandemic, could you have imagined a South Indian movie being a blockbuster in North? You would not have. The other big thing that is happening is hybrid workplaces are here to say that's the new normal. People are in fact going to take pay cuts to have that option. Because I do not want to waste my life traveling from my home to work. That's another big shift that's going to happen in your time. In your time, you're going to see yourself occupying more, performing more than one role, and probably working gigs at multiple points. The whole concept of job security, the whole concept of doing one thing at a time, the whole concept of having spent 25 years in an industry is all going to come under pressure as you go by, because the things that you learn today, every 3 years, every 6 months, every 2 years, or probably every 1 year is going to end up becoming redundant. So you will have to be far more flexible, far more dynamic, far more curious about the things that are happening around you. My friend here was talking about, this whole thing of health, and we are going to start looking forward to technology as the biggest guarantor of health. I don't know if you guys felt it, but during the pandemic, a lot of medical advice was being dispensed by doctors through telecalling. Remote health monitoring systems are really becoming big, and in a country like ours, where there are far fewer doctors compared to patients, I think the ratio is less than 1 for every 1,000, and equally so for healthcare workers. Remote health monitoring system has become more and more important going forward, and that's going to become really big. You will see, apps like Dockin and Practo, etc., really picking up. Another thing about technology, and I think we'll talk a lot about it. Technology is going to, from a business point of view, it's going to be used to create experiences also. It is not about just collection of data. At the end of the day, the biggest challenge will be how do I marry this technology with human mindset and human identity and human emotion. So whether you are at a retail outlet or you are on the online space, you are going to actually leverage technology to create an experience, to create a wow. And taking forward, sustainability and green are no longer nice topics to talk about. They are reality, they are here to stay. I would now request Karan to take over from here.
Yeah, thanks. So basically, I think so all panelists have discussed points about how digitization is impacting us. And the previous panelists, we had discussed about data. So quite enriching one, the entire conversation is. So let me just give a perspective about from entertainment. I think so all of us use entertainment. We are here to get entertained. Use channels which are now shifted to OTT. Let us see how business models are changing and why that is happening in this environment. Let me come back. So there are around 900 plus channels in India, right? So many linear channels available. In 2016, when Jio reduced its data rates, right? It was a pathona of OTT getting launched. So if I look today, there are more than 40 plus OTT platforms available. So the consumer, if the business environment will change, the business has to change basis the entire requirement of the consumer. So let me just put one perspective, what he pointed out. When we are looking at entertainment today, ad sales and subscription are the two basic models which any broadcasters follow, right? And how OTT platforms, evolution of OTT platforms, people are spending more money on OTT, are they subscribing to OTT? So these are questions which need to be addressed. The models are ever evolving, right? So the time spent today, right? So today if I am watching OTT, when we look at OTT as a platform, you all consume content, right? You have your own specific requirements about what to subscribe, what not to subscribe, right? The choice of the consumer, right, is going to, consumer is the king, and content delivery in the pay TV sector is changing dynamically. So what is fueling it out? The coming 5G, the 5G which is going to be launched soon, will that fuel? So data as pipe is changing the entire dynamics of the industry in entertainment sector. So I may want to, maybe I want to ask you something, like when you look at, so how many of you all consume linear channels today? If you can just put your hands. Linear channels, I am saying, where you consume Star, you consume Z, those are linear distribution form of channels. How many of you all consume that? Can you all put up your hands who all consume linear entertainment today? Few, because you are the millennium generation, right? But when you look at OTT, how many of you all consume OTT? So that's the answer, right? So now let me ask you one more question. How many of you all share passwords? Yeah, so quite a many, right? So basically with every new technology, there are challenges which comes up, right? So the challenges for an OTT today is churn, right? So consumers move out of the platform maybe after viewing it for some period of time. So the previous previous panel had touched base a lot on data, right? So you need to address those business issues using data and digital metrics. So the point what I'm trying to make is the digital metrics is the key. The metrics which will be used, right, to solve your churn problem. So that's how the industry is evolving, and consumers are changing and spending basis that.
Yeah, wonderful perspective, Karan. Entertainment as a business has changed. We saw the, house vote here today.
Yeah.
What is interesting to me also is that the kind of consumption that is there of content in India is one of the highest. So India ranks 5th in terms of consumption of content anywhere in the world. There are only 4 countries ahead of us. And we rank 2nd in terms of content creation in the world. But we rank 20th in terms of digital spends.
Yeah. So, see, those are data points. See, I just want to tell 2-3 things very basic here. Like the storytelling business is storytelling, right? So, suppose when I look at any entertainment business, it's first about telling the story, the right story. The second is about content delivery. The modes of delivery can change. So, as the new generation doesn't watch linear channels, they have more hands on OTT. And with that, there are many people who are sharing the passwords. So when consumers are on OTT platform, right, there are certain ways basically their consumption pattern changes. As he pointed out, let me just put it one perspective where when I'm watching a video and I just move after 15 minutes, I've just skipped it out, right? So, and consumers, those who are monthly active, right, those who are not subscribed to the platform for a very long time, right, they are just subscribed it, so they are going to be in a churn after some period of time. So those cohorts are very much necessary for the data analytics marketing team to understand. So suppose let me just put from an OTT perspective very clearly. Like let me just say, if I am a product manager, I would want to know that how many people, how is the interface of the OTT platform, and if I just search, I'm searching some words, like I'm looking for Pushpa as a movie, right? I'm able to get that or not. So that will be the data which a product manager will look for. When I look at, if I'm in marketing department, right, my purpose is to see what my CAC should be lower, that is customer acquisition cost should be lower. And in case if I spend too high on this customer acquisition cost, right, like I will be in a problem. I will really have a lot of challenges because my customer lifetime, that is customer lifetime value, which is called, right? I'm not sure. But as I am touching on churn, right? You have to continuously revive your business, look at your business from different perspectives. Like, is this the right way whether I'm moving? It was so dynamic, it is so much changing. As I want to touch based on 5G as well. So I read an article a week back which actually states that 5G will be fiber to home. Like if you remember, you get broadband connectivity at your home, right? You have good, that is the driver, right? So today, if I look at the entire ecosystem in a country, right, somewhere close to around 25 million homes are just broadband connected, right? The new technology which the government of India has just auctioned it, and the Jio has just announced something around it. They said that they are going to get fiber wireless access. So fiber will be wireless, right? So these things are evolving, and accordingly the environment is going to change, the things are going to change, right? So let me just put one more perspective here. When I look at linear television, right, which is there, and catching to the point which in the morning keynote speaker from VMAT has mentioned that, right? He said in India, there is a market across, right? There is market across. So when I look at linear television today, there is a 50 million homes which is free DTH, right? That is Doordarshan provided free dish which consumers get it. 50 million in our country. And there are 100 million homes which do not have television at all. And pay television is somewhere close to between 110 to 120 million. So do you think that this entire vast universe is going to go up? We have to serve every segment of our economy. And as this country is huge, right, it has a vast population. The needs are different. Yes, there is a new generation which uses OTT, and they are consuming a lot of content on OTT. But what about the elderly in the home? We are going to age as much as there will be new generation, there will be age generation as well. And there is a convenience of each and every technology, right? So it is going to complement going forward. And when I look at the entire entertainment and OTT space, now you take LinkedIn, you take any service, right, today. It has a free payment module, right? The business model is basically you either subscribe, right now, right? You subscribe and then you get some basic services, and later you upgrade. The same chain is going to go on when somebody is having a free dish connection today. He has aspiration to first go to, he's not paying anything. When I say free dish, he's not paying any single money from his pocket to get the services. He gets 100 free-to-air channels. And when I look at, he has an aspiration to reach the pay ecosystem, right? He wants to get the pay channels which are there in the industry today. And maybe later he is going to look for OTT only, right? So the point what I am trying to make here is the business models are never static. The only thing which is constant is change. Everything is changing in a dynamic way, and everything leads to some challenges. So when OTT is there, they have a immense churn channel, right? So there is a lot of churn, means there is no retention of consumers there. They try to move out just after getting the 1 month free. Many OTT have tried just giving a single episode free, get the consumer acquired using the digital marketing, sampling as a technology. So if you see how it has evolved is Netflix and Amazon, which are primarily tech companies which entered this market, right? They were tech and they developed themselves as content company later. But predominantly broadcasters like Star, Zee, Sony, these broadcasters were into linear business. They realized that the going thing would be digital. They started to give content to consumers in a different delivery form, right? Initially, their TV content was only available on OTT, right? And that was good, and they thought that would be a right strategy. But considering the competition scenario, so you have to look at the business environment, the ever-changing business environment, what is happening. they realized that originals for OTT would be the way to strategize their business models. So they did that. So, and now I feel that, I don't know, but I feel India as a market, consumers don't pay that easily, right? It has been a long journey. When cable and satellite started, it took around 20 years for people to pay this 300 rupees per month, right? And now OTT, the consumers are expecting to be paid around 600, 800 rupees for one service, and including the data charges. So everything is going to change, and a business model has to be evolved around this change. Like, this is changing, this is a new thing. You make your strategies accordingly.
Brilliant, brilliant perspectives. I'll move on to Joydeep, and he brings with him very unique kind of experience across various industries, but right now with Zenoti, with SaaS platforms. Joydeep, over to you.
Thank you, Surya. Thank you, Karan. Now the problem is with someone who's sitting at the end of the row is everything is covered. Maybe bolu kya, right? So that's the typical problem. But there are a couple of interesting things which I don't think we've covered yet. So we've talked about how consumer behavior has changed. We talked about how differently we purchase. We talked about how differently we take data, intake data. But we have not really talked about the changes that the largest social media platforms have done internally to adapt to these consumer behaviors. I'll give you one fact and you have to tell me why was that change done. So after COVID, Instagram has started giving this option where you can watch Instagram live from your desktop and not only from your mobile app. So why do you think this feature was introduced after COVID? Anybody who wants to take a guess? Like, what is the consumer behavior that triggered Instagram to add a new feature where you can watch Instagram live from desktop, not just from mobile? I'll give the answer. Let's make it easy. So during COVID, we know everything was shut down, right? And there were a lot of small businesses who came online and started promoting their products online. They started going on Instagram. They did not have an e-commerce store. They did not know how to build a website. So obviously it's difficult. So they started coming online and they started doing Instagram live. They were selling everything from jewelry to lipstick to salwar kurta, everything possible on the planet they were selling online. Now Instagram found out that there's a huge interest of people watching these live programs and people purchasing. There's a business benefit, so they added this new feature. And after adding this new feature, the percentage by which Instagram lives went up was 87%. That's a massive improvement and huge engagement on the Instagram platform. I'll give you another question, probably I'll only answer it. So how many of you are still on Pinterest or have even heard of Pinterest? You have? Okay, that's good. That's great. Now Pinterest has added a Today tab in the last 7 months. Why do you think it has been added? What's the reason behind it? Any brave souls? Okay. So the idea is in the US, people got bored of staying at homes. They did not know what to do. They were watching reels, they were getting bored of watching reels. They were watching YouTube videos, they were getting bored of watching them. So then they decided, chalo, abhi Pinterest dekh lete thodi der ke liye. And there was a phenomenal increase in the number of people who was looking at Pinterest, right? That's why they included a Today tab where you can go and see what sort of designs are updated, what is the new and trending thing happening on Pinterest. Okay. Now I am someone who thrives on data, right? I'm from performance marketing. I'm that guy who creates those creepy ads which follow you everywhere. Like if you come to my website, you'll see my ads wherever you go, at least for the next 14 days. That's how we planned our campaigns. Now, the point here is after COVID, things become tough, budgets have come down. So there's a very different implication that has also happened to professionals like us. So it is no longer, and I'm talking about the career aspect of how COVID has changed digital marketing and what does it mean for professionals like us. So it's no longer about ki are leads nahi aa rahi hai, let's run a lead campaign. You know, it is no longer that. So it has changed from getting a lead to how much return are you giving me for every dollar that is spent? For example, if a director of performance marketing has a KPI of not just getting leads and sales, but he has a KPI of, let's say, if you're spending $1, are you able to give me $7 in return? Right? And this is a specialized skill. This is not something that you would expect everyone to have. So what does it mean for salary? इसमें पैसा कितना मिलेगा? मैं company को तो दूंगा. And I'm not obviously going to tell you how much people earn, because that's subjective. I recently received a CV from someone. He's got 8 years of experience in digital, and his CTC was fixed, was 87.5 lakhs, and he's got a 20% variable on top of that. He was expecting a 30% hike to join Zenoti, right? So that's what it means for people right now who are into performance marketing, who are into digital marketing. So if you're someone who's interested, you are actually at the right point, at the right time, right? But the skills don't come easy. Like most of our panelists and speakers from panel 1 kept on saying that consumer behavior changes, so does technology, so does digital marketing, right? So you have to evolve quite fast. You will see that the platforms are also evolving. You have to be very agile in terms of making sure you're able to understand and implement those changes. So that's what I had.
Yeah, wonderful. Round of applause for all the panelists. Thanks a lot for those opening remarks. I have a few questions of my own which I'll hold on to, and let's throw the floor open for questions from the students and the audience. Yeah, you have all heard from a stellar group of panelists talk about their experience and different things. There's a gentleman at the back.
Hello, sir. Sir, my question is, before the pandemic situation, the business are, many business are huge profit and some business are losses. But after the COVID, the educational business are running losses. So how to survive?
You're talking about education in general,
yes, sir.
Or ed tech? Education in general?
Yes, sir. Online education, how to survive, like Vedantu and Byju's.
Ed tech. So you're talking about ed tech industry suffering because of the pandemic?
Yes, sir.
Or profiting because of the pandemic?
Yes, sir. Before pandemic situation, in the COVID, the business are huge profit.
Okay. So
but sir, now is losses, sir.
Okay. Let me just try to paraphrase what you said. So I think his question is, during the pandemic, they all got a boost because nobody was able to go out. So all these edtech businesses used to do very well. But now because offline is back again in the scene, so they are probably not doing as well. Have I captured your question correctly?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Whoever wants to take it, somebody want to take it?
That's good news for Sodexo. Yeah, so first of all. So at least the students are back and we can feed them and take care of them. Yeah, but coming to your question, the reason the digital platforms did well in COVID, this was a necessity, correct? It was necessary for the students to go digital, and that basically preponed in terms of the digital adaptation both by the students and the teachers, and they have to, and you have experienced it in your university here. That necessity is gone today, yeah? And that's where the marketers and the strategy has to be very, very agile. Things change overnight, like the pandemic is going to be over, or it's a new normal for us. And if you see the Byju's and the other Vedanta and all you are saying, you will see now the human touch again coming in. They are having campuses where the student can go in person and clarify and have. So there is a hybrid model again working in this space as well. So they are adapting. They are not sitting quietly on that. But the point is that things change, as I think Joydeep and Karan was emphasizing on, and the marketing and strategy again have to show that agility to adapt. So that's constant. The adaptation is constant. The strategy formulation is constant because these type of challenges keep coming. Okay, there's will be new technology again coming up, and they're not sitting idle. They are answerable as listed companies, and then they are answerable in terms of their growth strategy. So you will see those adaptation coming. If people don't adapt, then they'll perish.
Right.
Just want to add one point here.
Sure.
Basically, he rightly pointed out. I remember years back there was a channel launched by Z, which was ZQ, right? Which was a linear form of delivering education. Post maybe data was cheap. You see the entire the data pipe, what I meant is the price has reduced. You feel that edtech penetration increased. Parents started to want their kid to be involved in some activity, so they enrolled into many classes. And now basically, as he pointed out, they will go for hybrid. So technology, I think so, has been the only enabler to change this business models throughout. So I want to just give one more example here. Let's say Netflix. I remember when Netflix started as a company, it was actually mailing DVDs to consumers when it started as a startup in 1997. Because at that point of time, DVD was the technology which they were delivering to consumers. But I remember it actually had something where they had the consumer data. They had consumer data around it. They knew the demand of consumers. So they changed their business model in US in 2007-8 to a streaming company. So businesses have to evolve. Suppose when you see a downside, right, you have to see what is changing in the market and accordingly decide your way forward and move forward.
Thank you, sir. But one more question, sir.
We'll go to another person, and if we have time, we'll come back to you.
Okay, sir.
We must allow other people opportunity. Let us go to the gentleman at the back. At the very back, yeah. Yeah, to your right. Swagata, to your right, yeah.
Good afternoon, sir, and panel members. Sir, my question is that, like we have seen post-pandemic, we have seen there are many changes in digital field. So, like people are going digital payment, and they are going for OTT platform other than the traditional cinema halls and television. But sir, now that we are post-pandemic era, we have seen the price hike on the OTT platform, and we have seen people are like turning their ways and going to, like, especially on the pirated sites because these prices are getting hiked every day. Like, for example, Sony was used to for like $599 a year. Now they hiked their price post-pandemic to $999. And apart from that, sir, we are also seeing these piracy issue because India do not have a particular law containing these to stop these piracy. And even though we have, there are loopholes like VPN through which people are getting their means, and these OTT platform content is getting leaked every day. On the same day, they get they get showed on their platform itself. So, would it be in future be a problem for these digital platforms?
Okay, a long-winded question. I think Karan is the best person to take that.
So what you are pointing out is piracy, right? Which is prevalent, and we are, in our country we have laws, right? So if you just now, Top TV was one of the guys who used to do piracy. Content was easily available. He was behind bars. So in our country there are laws to stop piracy. That is point one. Second thing you said, D2C. What happened is DTC, direct to consumer, is the thing which everybody wants to try out, right? So when you pointed on certain price points, right, which Sony or anybody is offering their content at, right, that's a direct to consumer price point. But there is a new model which has emerged, right? Generally you try to sell, you bundle. Suppose if you get a Jio connection or an Airtel connection, you may get all OTT combined there, right? you get a bundling advantage. So, if you will not subscribe, they know you are not going to subscribe, right? So the organizations are going to think how to push you out, push content to you, right? So that you get at a right price point as a bundle. So in every means or the other, a broadcast business can never survive if it doesn't get reach, because it is primarily driven by ad sales, right? So basically, when we say AVOD, right, that is advertisement board, advertisement video on demand advertisement board, right? So that is the driving force. So they want you to subscribe to it, right? Or if you not subscribe at that price point, there will be changes in the entire bundling. There will be new aggregators which will come up, right? And that's happening already. If you see the environment, you will find new aggregators coming up, right? They are aggregating all 5 apps, making into a single app and giving it to consumers. Or let me just give me one more example. If any of you all would have used Book My Show app, Book My Show, which is basically theatrical app, right, which you use to book tickets for your nearest cinema. You see the organization has changed itself to TVOD, that is transactional VOD, that is video on demand, right? So you pay some value, buy this content, watch this movie, and you are satisfied. So that's how basically.
And when it comes to, if I may.
I'll continue to just take this moment to thank Karan for being with us. Sorry, I'll just take this moment to thank Karan for being with us and taking his time out. He has a flight to catch. So I'll request everyone to give a round of applause to Karan and excuse him from the panel.
I just want to thank each and every member here, right? Thanks for your warm welcome and nice. Thank you, thanks.
The pleasure is all ours. Yeah, Sudhir, over to you.
So I was talking about this whole question of piracy that you're talking about. It's not something new, I mean. If people who have been part of the VCR era, VHS, I mean, the minute a movie came out, it got pirated. So piracy is a state of mind. It will always exist. I mean, there will always be free download of a song, and there will always be a free download of a movie and somewhere or the other. And no matter how many laws you bring in, how many ways you try to catch these people, there will always be a way to circumvent. It's just a question of, I mean, am I as a operator figuring out how am I going to enhance revenue with people who are paying? That's where the balance will have to be struck. And therefore, I mean, this whole thing of, bundling with the telecom operators that, you can buy, you will get this kind of a bundle if you take on Vodafone or Jio, etc., etc. All these and many more such things will keep, evolving.
Right. So very rightly pointed out as by both our panelists, it is more about bundling, unbundling, price economics, and because of the entire volume that you are able to address. It is all driven by that. Thanks a lot. We'll go to, there is no other hand? There are a couple of few hands. Okay, let's go to the lady. We'll come to you. I know you have been raising your hand for quite a while.
Very good afternoon to all the panel members. My name is Amrita. My question is to Mr. Joydeep. Sir, with the growing market conditions, there are n number of competitors for your company as well. For example, Vivo, Mindbody. So, I would like to know, what does Zenoti do in their strategies to still sustain in the market and do well?
Well, great question, but I don't know how much I can answer. So, not just for Zenoti, for any brand, let's make it generic, and good that you've done the research, that's a good sign. So the first thing is, it's not just digital that can help you, that can make your brand amazing, right? All the ads that you see on YouTube are from brands that you already know. For example, Grammarly, you know Grammarly, you see their ads. It's not that you stumbled upon, the ad and the brand consumers. That doesn't happen. So the first thing we always do, and we do that Zenoti also, is create a wonderful story. Create a brand story. That's the first thing. And like our previous panelists were saying, Mr. Gartner, that you create your circles and your brand pyramids and all of that. right? So we do all of those exercises, we work with consultants, we create the brand story, we understand what the consumers are looking at. Now, our consumers are people who love to do nails, who love to do haircuts, who love to give you pedicure. So for them, understanding economics, understanding sales, they're like, I don't care. So we have to create a brand story and a brand strategy which resonates with an artist. They're essentially artists basically, right? So that's the first thing that we do. And the second thing which helps, so the role of the digital here is, you create strategies so that you can take that message everywhere. Now, when we're looking at a global market, for example, the US market or the UK market or the Middle East market, now the job of the digital marketing team is to understand the sensitivities of the market. I'll give you an example. So we did a brand story, we shot that in LA, it's a beautiful looking video. Now in that video there was a scene where two guys were kissing and they were holding hands. And it can happen with anybody. I was insensitive, we were insensitive, we released the ad everywhere. And there was a huge amount of complaint that came out from the Middle East, right? So because they were like, what are you showing? This is not accurate, this is not correct, this is not blah, blah, blah. So one part is creating the brand story. Second part is, making sure your messages go everywhere. That's where your work comes in, understanding channels and all of that. And the third very important thing which most of us miss out is being sensitive to the market that you're promoting your messages in, right? And these are strategies that any brand can use. And certainly this is what we use at Zenoti. And obviously there are a couple of rules that help you understand, which is quasi-ethical, right? Which helps you understand how much your competition is spending. Let's say if I'm spending $100, are they spending 200, are they spending 300, where are they exactly spending? So we obviously try to emulate what the competition is doing. And so we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time.
Thank you, sir.
I love your candor when you talk about, quasi-ethical methods. I think Ashish also wants to add on to that, yeah.
I think very interesting question Amrita has asked. Basically, what Joydeep has answered is basically when you reach to a maturity and then you devise your strategies, right? So to answer a student of management school, I would go a little behind and say that to sustain in a competitive environment, what you need to do. Now, as we all know, there are 7 P's in marketing, right? So right from, all of you know 7 P's of marketing? Right. So, so the first P universally is what? Yeah, product. So to have your competition cut, the first P is product universally across the industry. Wherever you go, the first priority is the product. So to have a competitive edge, your product should be liked by your consumers or your target audience, whomever you are targeting. So like that, if suppose your product is not good, what you do? Still you sell, right? We all not work for the brand number 1. We also work for brand number 2, brand number 3. How do you promote that product? Price, 1. Second? Yeah, very true. Promotion. So more than the price, promotion is a very instrumental here, where you start, modifying the combination. So all P's combination, if you do, probably you can really, cut the edge of the competition. So it's all about, also, if suppose I say, okay, I have adjusted my price, I have adjusted my promotional activities, what else I can do? Any answer?
Let's hear a few responses.
So yeah, come again? So you are talking about placement of the product. Fine. So we touched 4 P's. So why these 3 P's invented? Balance 3 P's? What are those 3 P's? Physical evidence. Okay. What else? Yeah, process and people. Right. Now if suppose I have a right person with me, okay, right person makes also difference, right? That's the reason people are generally hired and people are paid also in a higher amount. So if suppose I have been hired from a company, I pay X, If Surya is hired, Surya is being paid X plus 1. So people also make differences. So what I'm trying to say is the basic thing is, all 7 P's and the mixture of the P's, if you are able to make as a strategist in the marketing field, probably you can actually face the competition.
Wow, wonderful masterclass in very basics of strategy and marketing. So the marketing mix, you change some of these elements, you have a competitive advantage. A gentleman at the back has been raising his hand for quite a while now. Let's take his question before I ask a question to Ashish on my own. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my question is that how the mental conditions is more important regarding to all the prospectors we are going through the field of, whether is it marketing and HR and all the domains, whether if you are working on industry or whether you are working as an entrepreneur or whether you are working as a self-employed.
Okay. So your question is mental health.
Yes, regarding to mental health and how we have to control and how we have to grow with all these things.
Okay,
Thank you.
Quickly, any of you, because mental health, I feel handicapped. Yeah. How do you cope up with current world after the pandemic? How do you take care of mental health irrespective of the field that you're in? So entrepreneurship to marketing to HR, everything in between, whatever you do, how do you take care of mental health?
Yeah, I think okay.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. So it's nothing to do with marketing, I believe. So, but still, let me answer
No,
it.
I was just checking if it is a very personal question and he needs help.
Yeah, I think I started my session with Josh Ketnai, correct? So you are going to be future leaders, and it's a tough world out there in the corporate. You'll all face it, and that's how you learn it also. And your professors are doing a good job. They are very strict. Yesterday I was a conversation that they love grilling you down, and basically they are preparing you for the journey that is awaiting you in the corporate world. But what you should not forget is, while you go through this journey, whether as a student or as a leader in the organization, have fun. Yeah, so don't forget that fun part of it, and that comes with passion. So go where your heart tells you have an edge, you have the liking. Very broadly I'm talking about. Okay, so go with your instinct rather than what your parents are saying, what your professor is saying. What's your trigger point? What makes you happy? So once you identify that, the passion is basically which will push you to success and which will give you the happiness. But along all this journey, you need to learn to have fun, whatever you are doing.
Wow. Very wise words. If there are no questions, I'll go to Ria. You want to ask a question? Swagatam.
Hello, sir. My name is Ria Sahu. So you said there's nothing to do with marketing, that mental health. I have a question to that. So being a marketer, you have a responsibility towards the company or towards the product and towards the customers as well. So in this, presently we are seeing that everything is going digital. Like we can take the example of EdTech and many other platforms. So there is actually the involvement. I mean, people are mostly involved in digital platforms. Education has gone digital. Everything is going digital. And people don't get time.
Question shorter?
Yes, sir. People don't. Sorry, sir. People don't get time to socialize. They are all in the social medium, in the digital medium. So it is affecting basically it is affecting the mental health.
We understand
because of
the
that.
context, the
so
question.
as a marketer, how we can balance that? Because we have to see from the consumer point of view as well.
Okay, how do you balance as a marketer, the consumer as well as, everybody else in the stakeholder?
COVID. Yeah? So with COVID, I think I'll relate to the patient again and the doctor relationship, correct? So before the pandemic, we would be more confident in going to a doctor and showing, correct, in terms of the treatment, what's wrong with me. But during the pandemic, you saw the necessity that was not possible, and then we lost that human touch. Now, as a marketer, you need to understand that was a necessity. But going ahead in the pre or post-COVID times, whatever solution that you are doing has to be sustainable, keeping consumer in mind, and it has to be a right mix of a virtual right mix of digital and the right mix of human touch. You cannot eliminate the human touch, okay, which is crucial because you're playing with emotions. We, I think, spoke about that. In the whole journey, we are playing with emotions. So whatever product that you are trying to sell it, do not forget that human touch element of it. Okay, so you'll still have to keep that in mind, but it may be a hybrid model. At what stage do you connect with the consumer in person is very important, and getting that human touch element. Yeah.
The human touch is something that our founder also every time emphasizes, that we all have to bring in the human touch. So thank you, Ria. I'll just ask a question, and if we have some time at the end, I'll go to you. I'll go to Ashish because he comes from a very different industry than the rest of us. And how does digital marketing make itself amenable to your industry? Because he comes from a company which is into biscuits to real estate, and he is handling the real estate part. So how does digital marketing work there, different from whatever other normal cases that we have seen? We have talked a lot about OTT, we have talked about healthcare digital ops, we have talked about consumer behavior changes, we have talked about Zenoti and everything that Joydeep talked about. So in your industry, how does digital marketing work?
Well, I'm very happy that you asked me this question. In our industry, it's basically what we make is we make commercial buildings or residential villa and sell it, right? The Dukes is basically a chocolate confectionery a biscuit manufacturing company. They diversified into real estate, and we are selling properties in and around India. In fact, Bhubaneswar also will come soon. Now, in our particular field, when I said digital marketing, of course there is an importance because at time we were not getting people to come and discuss with us. And this product category, where the involvement of each individual is very high. If you want to buy your house, you will not leave anything, loose. You will see everything is tight, and then only you will buy. And to see or to invest lakhs of rupees or crores of rupees, you will always feel like to touch, feel, and understand which product you are buying. So in our segment, when this pandemic came in, probably we have suffered maximum, because without human touch, you cannot market, you cannot sell. But eventually what has happened is, market changed and people started looking at, instead of newspaper now, probably you are looking at e-newspaper, right? So we have not lost that space. We keep advertising, but not in a hard copy format, but in soft copy format. So now what we do in the back end is, we devise a statement for my product. Okay? In real estate also, different company has different product, different target audience. So if suppose my target audience is 1 crore, so certainly I have to understand that who can buy this. So I create a statement, one-line statement. This my product is targeted towards a person of this age. So I create the demography. Then his income, parameter should be this much. And he should be of this, domain. Like, he may be in this area he wants to buy. Like, for example, Goa. Or he wants to buy in Bhubaneswar. Or he wants to buy in Bangalore. So these parameters we first capture from the data available, like, as we discussed in the day-long process, that how we, give our data to different platforms. We catch those data from different platforms and understand who is my buyer. Suppose Surya is my buyer, I'll try to target Surya that he should see my banner. Okay? And then if suppose Surya sees my banner and if he clicks it, I get him into the context. So that's the way we are actually managing the digital marketing platform or digital platform per se. Now, to perform our job, we generally go with, first platform is Google, because as morning Madhumita has said, 99,000 searches are happening. So we take the cream of it and understand who all are searching homes. And then we do remarketing, as Jyoti was mentioning, that next 14 days, he will only see flat advertisements. So like that we also do. We hire experts to do that and try to not to antagonize your sentiment, but to invite you into a role so that you can click one banner and then I get you and then I start talking to you. That's where it is.
Right. Brilliant. Sorry, in the interest of time, I'll not take your question, and I'll request if anybody has a last closing remark to make, or because we are just about to wrap up.
No, I think it's been a fairly interactive session, and everything has been covered. And I hope that you guys don't forget that at the end of the day, digital is impacting human lives. So if you don't understand human behavior, then whatever digital marketing ideas you guys come up with, it will never have as much of an impact as it should. So keep human beings at the center while you're devising your digital strategy, and I think that's the way forward. If you lose sight of the human first approach, then you will lose sight of your market.
Right. Wonderful discussions. I think we are at that juncture of human history where we are going through the fastest change ever. And digital is driving a lot of that change. But like many of my panelists said, you have to remember the human touch. Do not forget that in the pursuit of digital, in the pursuit of data. I really would like to go back to how Ashish started the entire conversation by saying, instead of getting a letter invitation, I got a WhatsApp invitation. Instead of writing on a pad, I'm taking notes on my iPhone. And that's how our lives have changed, right? So thanks a lot to my fellow panelists. I'm really honored to have been a part of this. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks a lot to the audience.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. In addition, I want to thank all the panelists for taking the time out of their busy schedules to speak with us today and provide us with some excellent insights on all the topics we covered.
With this, we have come to the end of the session. We request all the guests and the participants to proceed for the lunch. We will be starting the workshops at 3 p.m. and request all the students to be present in their respective workshop venue on time. Thank you and have a good day.